Okay, so I guess it started streaming. Hi guys, welcome back to another stream for the Learn by Doing series. And I did a poll on my YouTube community where I asked what project you want to build. So I got a lot of suggestions. I mean, in the Google form that I rolled out, and I mean, a lot of suggestions. Were about cloning website with front-end basics and things like that. One of the suggestion that I really liked was to build a price prediction dashboard with Python, scikit-learn, and things like that. A little bit of machine learning there. And one project was around Pygame and P5JS, building Super Mario Bros. Or something like that with it. And one was to build a bot on Slack or Discord using Golang, something like that. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, you guys chose the one-to-one chat application with Node.js and sockets suggested by Yash Verma. So, in this stream, we are going to build that. But before we get started, let's just, plan out the things that, we need to do in order to get this project built, right? So, the first things first, the first thing that we need is set up a Node.js project. And with Node.js, we are going to use Express.js with this one. So steps to build the project. And before we get started, one thing I would like to remind you guys is that this stream is again a part of the Learn by Doing series. So if you haven't checked out the first video yet, which was about Learn by Doing, then I do, recommend that you go check that out first before coming back to this live stream. And if you learned something in this live stream, then like you can use the hashtag learning with Apurv to uh, tweet about it and things like that. Uh, are you guys able to hear me? I'm not able to see any chat or stuff yet. I see that 14 people are watching this right now. So I guess the first step is going to be to set up a Node.js project. So let me just copy paste this here and remove this thing. Set up Node.js project with Express.js because Express.js is the one that we are going to use, right? It's a part of the tech stack. Um, are you guys able to hear me? Just a heads up would be great. Let me just refresh this uh, video. It might be that I'm not able to read the chat because it's stuck. Okay, yes, I can read it now. Zero knowledge in JS, can I follow along? Yes, I think you can follow along. See, the entire idea of learn by doing is to, learn by doing. So if you don't have any knowledge of JavaScript, I think uh, that might be an issue. And one of the reasons is that I mean it's a framework on JavaScript, right? So you might need to, get comfortable with JavaScript a little bit, maybe spend a couple of days with it, learn by doing a project, just follow this approach to build a project on JavaScript, get a little comfortable with it, and then maybe it would make more sense. Tony Stark asks, what is P2P WebRTC? So P2P simply means peer-to-peer, and WebRTC is uh, a I'm not sure what it is, but WebRTC is something that enables you to connect peer-to-peer. So in that case, you don't need a database in your application, but you can just connect one peer to another and stream whatever it is. Hi Arjun, hi guys. I'm completely new to this. Don't worry about that. This is my first Node.js project. Okay. Okay, I'll explain a little bit about sockets as well. But first, I mean, first thing first, let's set up a Node.js project with Express.js, right? So I'm a complete noob in Node.js. I mean, I'm not a noob per se, but assuming that I'm a complete noob in Node.js, my first step is to set up a Node.js project with Express.js, right? So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to search, you know, um, set up Express.js project, something like that. I mean, I just want to, you know, hello world example. So I think this is the perfect example for that. I just need to set it up, but it gives us a code snippet which we don't want. So we're going to check out the installing this thing, right? And it says that we first need to create a directory and stuff. So let me go to my desktop here, and I'm going to create a directory, new directory. I'm going to call it chat application, right? Going to go into that, right? And then it says npm init, right? So let's just do that. Package name. So it is asking a few things about package name and stuff like that. Let's just call the package name as chat application. Version is same. Description, chat application built with Express.js and socket.io. Right. Entry point index.js is fine. Test command, I mean, can just call it test or something like that. Git repository, I don't have any right now. Don't want any keywords. Author is going to be a PostgreSQL for this one. License ISC is fine, and this is okay. So we are going to do a yes here, and with that, our package.json is ready. Right. Just the package.json is ready. Okay. So let's open the Visual Studio Code and let's open this directory there. In the desktop, we have our chat application, and we are going to open this one. So our package.json is ready. That's the only thing that it did for us. Now the next thing it says is to use npm install express, right? And I mean, it says that if you just want to install it temporarily, right, without saving it in your system, then you can add this hyphen hyphen no hyphen save flag to it. But I'm just going to install express here. So npm install express. Can I add this in resume? Well, not exactly this, but I mean, you can make some improvements at the end of it and then add it in your resume, whatever it is. We have our node modules in package.json and stuff, right? And next it says that you can create a, this thing. So again, I mean, if I look at it, it said that my main file was index.js. So I'm not sure why the boilerplate didn't get created, but I'm assuming that I need to create an index.js file, right? And inside this index.js. I'm just going to copy and paste this stuff and then try to run it locally just to see if my project got created or not. So I copy pasted this thing that the documentation of Express.js told me to, and then I can just do node and then app.js. But I mean, in my case, it is going to be index.js since I created it with the index.js. I think I can do a simple npm run, but I don't have that command. So we are going to do node and then app.index.js in our case, right? So it says that example app listening on port 3000, and I guess the server started up or something. So let's just go to localhost and then 3000, and we can see hello world here, right? So our express application got set up in a matter of minutes. Which operating system am I using? So I'm currently using Ubuntu. As you can see, it's 22.04, which is Jellyfish or Jammy or whatever it is. And I mean, I usually use Ubuntu. I don't find any issues per se with Ubuntu. So This is it, right? Now we have our hello world, right? But I mean, our application is going to have a few things. Let me get my pen tablet. I need to insert it in. Okay, so my pen tablet is here. Now let's just discuss, how we want this application to be. So there are a few ways where, in which we can have this application. The first thing is to, I mean, we can have two screens here. The first screen that is going to be would be something like this, right? I mean, here you can, simply create a form like this, where this will be some image about the chat application or something like that, right? This would be an image, right? And this would be a form, right? Where you can, first enter your name. Right, you can enter maybe the room ID that you want to enter, because since we are building a chat application, right, there are two ways to do it. One way is to, just have a simple, interface where, you see the chats here, and then there is this panel where you can input whatever you want, and then there's this send button, right? Something like that. The other way to do is to have a separate page, right, where we can, ask their name, and maybe we can create different rooms for different people and ask the room ID as well, and then take them to this page where this is room specific. So which approach should I take? I know the basics of JavaScript like loops and conditionals. Can I follow this video? I think you can follow this video with the basic knowledge that you have. My voice is a bit low. Is it better now? Is my voice better now? Is my voice better now? Which approach should we take? Should we create a form first with asking the name and the room ID, or should we directly take them to the chat application, just have one page and be done with it? Um, First one, as in this one, where we just create this one, or should I have like a landing page or not? That's the question. With room ID and stuff, with name and room ID. Okay, got it, got it. Okay, so yeah, I mean the interface for that is going to be simple. Let's just quickly remove this stuff. Right, so this is the interface that we want to build, right? Now, one question that comes up to build this interface is that we need a way to like have some front end associated with the Express.js, right? So we need to be able to, add some front end into our application or something like that. Let me just copy and paste this up, right? And let's just type in the second thing, uh, which is going to be to display an HTML page with Express.js, right? This is a simple thing. We need to display an HTML page with Express.js, right? And let's just focus on the front end of it first, right? So now, in order to do this, I need to first see how to add front end into Express.js, right? So how to add HTML to Express.js, something like that, right? And render HTML file in Node.js, Express.js. There's a blog around it. So let's just quickly go through this blog. Again, it says that it is telling us to, send a file called index.html whenever, a user roots whenever the user comes to the slash root or something like that, right? And honestly, I don't think this is a good approach. Right. So there must be another way to do this, right? Um, Template HTML for Express.js. Okay, so it says that some popular template engines that work with Express are Pug, Mustache, and EJS, right? Which I'm thinking is Express.js, something like that. Right, so let's just use I mean, I can use any either one of this, Pug, Mustache, EJS. Which one do you want me to use? Uh, Template engine. Which template engine do you want me to use? Should I use Pug? Should I use Mustache? Should I use EJS? Why you don't use ChatGPT? Why should I use ChatGPT to build this application? Right. I mean, I can ask questions to ChatGPT instead of Googling the questions. I can ask these questions to ChatGPT, but I still see some flaws there. I mean, I like to do my research better with the help of GitHub and official documentations and Stack Overflow and things like that. ChatGPT, it just provides some resources that let's use the cool sounding one, Pug, and some of you say EJS, Mustache EJS. I see that a lot of people want me to use EJS. So I mean the ones who want to use Mustache or Pug, you guys can learn by do it, right? And for this live stream, I'm going to use EJS for now, right? So I mean you can consider it as a as an assignment to implement the same thing in Pug or Mustache or something like that. I'm going to use EJS for this one. So EJS Express example, something like that, right? Pretty simple. So we see a DigitalOcean blog, and DigitalOcean provides a lot of like awesome blogs about Linux and things like that to do a lot of things. So I'm going to go with this one, and it asks me to install EJS first because all the other stuff I've done already. So let me just quickly install EJS. Let's close this and install EJS. One critical vulnerability. Let's try to fix this. Audit fix. Okay. So now configuring it with this thing. So it says that we want to first create a variable called express requiring express.js, which I've already done. Then I need to define the application with express again, which I've already done. And then I need to set the view engine to EJS, right? So let's quickly do this one. Let's set the view engine as EJS, right? And then it says that you can simply do the rendering stuff, right? So let's just keep this for now. And here they say that you have a function with request and response. This is an arrow function here, right? This is an arrow function here, whereas this is a regular function, right? So don't get confused in this one. But this is simply an arrow function, and then it says response dot render and then whatever file you have, right? So response dot instead of send, we are going to use the render, and then instead of this hello world, what we are going to do is we are going to set up the pages, not or yeah, I mean we can call it pages, and then we can call it index, right? So let's save this one. Then it says that the file name is going to be .ejs, but one thing that I'm not sure is that they created this views, right? And inside the views they created these partials. So by partials, I'm assuming that I mean, if you have worked with React or any other front-end framework or whatever it is, then what happens is that there are, a lot of times when, you have a nav bar or you have a footer or you have a sidebar or something like that, right? And this, is constant in all the pages, right? You need that nav bar in all the pages, you need that footer in all the pages, you need that sidebar in all the pages. So those are known as partials, right? I mean, it is a partial, HTML, CSS code which is used in all the pages, right? So the main content of the page is going to be different, but it is going to integrate with these partials for navbar, footer, and express, so that you don't have to, write your navbars and footers again and again. So it is asking me to create a partials, but I'm not sure if we need a partial in our case. And one thing that it is doing is that it has created a views, right? And inside views it is creating partials, and inside it is creating pages, right? So I guess views is the directory that express.js or EJS directly, listens to find the EJS files or something like that. So let's create a directory here called views, right? And inside views we directly have index for our case. So let's add a new file called index.ejs, right? Something like that. And here, this is a regular HTML file. So I'm going to do a doc type HTML and all the HTML stuff that is there with us. And let's just keep the top thing same. We are going to call this chat application, right? And below this, I mean, since I'm going to use Bootstrap for this one, then let's quickly go to Bootstrap 5, right? So let's just quickly, integrate the Bootstraps, CDNs as well, right? Again, I explained what CDNs are and things like that in my last video. So for this, we have the Popper JS and Bootstrap JS, which is fine. I'm not sure if we need the Popper JS per se, because Purple.js is for pop-ups, right? You have a pop-up in your website or anything like that. So all the that JavaScript functionality and stuff like that is supported with popper.min.js, but in our case we don't need that. So let me just comment that out for now. And I'm going to add the bootstrap as well, right? So this is the bootstrap CDN, right? So let's just add a comment called bootstrap 5, right? And below this let's just add this one, right? And our script will go inside the body, right? Because we first want to render the entire body, and then we want to, our JavaScript code to execute, right? So we are going to move this inside here, right? And now we have the bootstrap enabled in our system, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div with a class called container, like fluid container, right? I mean, in the last bootstrap video I talked about what containers are and things like that. So here we have containers in the layout in the documentation itself, and I'm going to use this container fluid because it is going to take 100% width no matter whatever screen size you're using, right? So I want the 100% width. I don't want any space left on my left and right? So I'm going to use this class called container fluid here. Let's just quickly close this div as well, right? And I guess EJS is not supported format. This is not HTML, this is EJS. Let's just add an extension for EJS. So EJS, so there's the support for EJS. I'm going to install this one quickly. And now I think I have support for EJS. So instead of HTML, I'm going to select EJS here. And my file is rendering pretty weird now. Right, so let's just remove that. One thing I just noticed is that I forgot to add a closing tag here, which was one of the reasons why it's getting that bug. So in your case, you don't have to actually install EJS per se. Even I'm going to uninstall it because I don't need it, right? And yeah, so we got this. Now in order to build this xcelid draw that is there, uh, okay, that's good, Tanmay. So I mean, if you look at this interface here with the name, room ID, and the image, you can see that it is divided into two sections, right? It is divided into two sections. One section is with the form with name and room ID and stuff like that, and when then we have the second section with the image and stuff, right? So I mean, let's do that, right? So in my last video again, I told you that in Bootstrap the first thing that comes is a row, right? So each and every column needs to be inside a row, and since we need two columns, then we are going to create a row first, and then we are going to call the left section, right? Which is going to be a simple div class, and after class we are going to say a call 12, because for small screens we want it to contain, like, have the full width of it, right? For medium screens we are going to do a call, and then a 5 maybe, right? And this is left section, right, with in which we are going to have the form with the name and room ID and stuff like that. And for large screens I'm going to do a call and then 4, something like that, right? So since this is for medium, I'm going to add call MD5, and since this is for large, I'm going to do a call LG4, right? I'm going to close this one, and this is my left section, right? And then I'm going to have a right section with div class called 12. Again, I mean, it is going to take the full width. Now in the medium screen, since the first left column is taking 5 spaces of width out of 12 that we have in bootstrap, then I'm left with 7. So for this section I'm going to do a call md7, and for the large one again I'm going to do a call lg and then 8, right? Something like that. So my columns are created now. Just for the sake of it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a style with background color. Right, and I'm going to give this a color of maybe, yellow or something like that, just to see, I mean, how it appears in the browser. And in this case, I'm going to again give a style with a background color, right? And in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, uh, give it some color, maybe navy or something, right? Navy, right? Something like that. So we have our two sections there. Let's just add the right section here so that we don't get confused later on. And now let's try to run the server, right? So in node index.js, right, it is listening to port 3000. So let's just close this for now and go to our local host, right? Refresh this, and we got our first error, right? It says failed to look up view pages index. Okay, so inside the views, I need to create another folder called pages, right? And I need to move my index.js inside my pages, right? So I'm going to move this there, and now I think the error should be resolved. Let me just kill the server and start it again. I'm going to refresh this now, and now you can see that nothing happens. Now, one of the reason why nothing happens is that I haven't given a width to this, right? So let me give it a style called minimum width, and it is going to be 100%, right? 100% of the screen. Minimum height, sorry, it should have been minimum height. So I want the minimum height to be at least 100%, just to see, I mean, if my sections are created correctly or not, my left section and the right section, if they are taking the right amount of space or not, right? And here again, I mean, we are going to add this minimum height 100%. Uh, let's just remove it from here, this minimum height 100%. And I think let's add it into the two columns itself, because in small screen it is going to take 100% of width, right? So we need to check it in the case of small screens as well, right? So I've added the minimum height and then 100% to both the left as well as the right sections. And now if I refresh this here, I think I need to restart the server, and if I refresh it again, then again I think nothing is happening. So let's just quickly inspect why nothing is happening in the browser, and let's just see what exactly is going wrong. So you can see that we have our container fluid here, and we need to give a maximum minimum height to the container as well. So here again I'm going to add a height, and I'm going to do a minimum height of 100%, right? So now it should work. Now if I refresh this, then in the body, in the container fluid, I think I need to add that style to the body in our case, because the body is taking the maximum width but not the height. So let's just add it here and let's refresh this. Now our body is like It's still not taking the height. I'm not sure why exactly. Let's just try to add some content inside any of this. Okay, so now you can see that it is creating. I'm not sure why the minimum height on it wasn't working. Maybe one of the reasons why it wasn't working was because I, instead of 100%, I should have written VH, which is view height. So view height is basically like this. The screen that I'm working on is my view, right? Now, 100 view height means that the entire height of the screen needs to be there, right? And 100, similarly, there's 100, view VW, which is 100 view width, right? So the entire width needs to be there, right? That's your view height and view width, right? The screen that you're working on, its maximum height and maximum width is 100 view height, 100 view width. If you want to use half of it, then you can use 50 view height, 50 view width, something like that, right? So now I'm going to do change this to view height, and I'm going to kill the server, start it again, and I'm going to refresh this. And for some reason again it is not working. I'm setting the minimum height, so I'm not sure why exactly is it not working on the body. But anyways, I mean we don't need that because the image that we are going to add on the right section is anyway going to take 100% of the width, right? Um, We can also use NodeMon. Yes, we can use that, but I mean NodeMon is something that any beginner would not be aware of. So yeah, that's there. But yeah, I mean coming back to the code, now we need to add an image here. Let's just remove this random text. We can see that here. I mean the width and height look same. I mean it looks decent because this is going to contain something and then that section is going to contain something. And if I inspect this and if I, let's say, try to open it in an iPad here, then again I mean this looks maybe a bit weird, maybe for medium screen sizes. What I should have done is I should have again left it to 12 and left this one to 12, right? Something like that. So now if I refresh this, you can see that it is taking the entire width. And in case of a mobile phone, I think it is going to work fine. Like it is taking the entire width, which is exactly what we need, right? So let's remove the styles from here, right? And now let's create the input fields that we need, right? So let's create the input fields that we need, right? Now for input fields, for creating input fields, we need the simple input tag, right? And with the input tag, I can give it a type called text, which because it is going to be a type text. Then we can add a class, right, just to style it, and we can give this a class called um, form input or something like that. Right, so let's just give it a class called form input, right? And this input tag is a self-closing tag, so you don't have to create an input tag and then a closing input tag. It is a self-closing tag, right? So no worries there. And yeah, so text and then form input, and then apart from that, I think we need a placeholder called name, and let's just see. I mean, how this works. So we got an input field, right, with name as it is, right? And let's just give it an ID called name, right? Just an ID to uh, identify it later when we use JavaScript or jQuery to fetch the data out of it, right? So I mean this is done, right? And instead of this we could have created an HTML form as well, making a post request on submit button or something like that. Right. Uh, do you want me to use okay, so one question that I have is that I'm going to create a form, right? I'm going to, ask the user for the name and room ID and things like that. So do you want me to use the form tag of HTML in which it sends the request on submit, or do you want me to use the JavaScript jQuery to submit the form and make Ajax request or something like that? Which approach do you want me to take? Do you want me to submit this form with an Ajax request, or do you want me to use the regular form tag in HTML? I generally prefer the Ajax request method, but which method do you want me to take? Do you want me to use the form tag in HTML, or do you want me to, you know, um use the Ajax method? Can you share server file for a second? Well, I mean, you can check out the server file. It is here. Ajax is simple. It's not like form is easier in Ajax is difficult. Ajax is pretty simple. So I mean, there's no major difference there. I'm going to use the Ajax request for this one, right? Because a few people have asked me to use Ajax, so let's use the Ajax, right? So yeah, now inside this, I mean, since I have multiple input fields, what I'm going to do is I'm going to again create a div class row, right? And inside this, I'm going to again create columns. So call 12, call, then even in empty screens, I want full width, and even in large screens, I want full width. And inside this, I'm going to add, my input tag that is there, right? So here we have our name. Then similarly, I'm going to create another field between the two, and this one I'm going to, instead of name, I'm going to say room ID here, and it is going to go with room ID, right? Something like that. And let's just quickly refresh this, and you can see that I now have my two input fields, right? And similarly, I need a submit button as well. So let's just quickly create one more column, right? Full width column, and this is going to be a button this time. So a button, and I'm going to give it the class called submit button, right? Submit button, and I'm going to say a simple submit here, and I have my form ready, right? And similarly, I mean, I need to add an image below, right? So let's just search for a simple image for chat application or something like that. This looks pretty uh, good, right? So let me just save this image as in the desktop. I'm going to save it in the desktop in my chat application. I'm going to call it my uh, banner or something, right? Banner.jpg, right? And let's just include that image here, right? So I have my banner.jpg. Now, before adding my banner.jpg, or I don't even need the image to be here, right? I can just use that link. So let me just add that image with the link itself. Here, I mean, inside this, I'm going to create an img tag. And again, for image, I mean, if you want the image to take the full width of it, then there is a class called img fluid or something like that. Fluid img or img fluid, something like that. And then you can add the src, and in src we can add the uh, link to this image, which is this one, right? So let me just add this here, and now if I go into my chat application, I refresh this, I can see that the image is coming up, right? And here, I mean, everything looks good. It more or less, I mean, I'm not going with the design of stuff, but it looks fine. We just need to add a little bit of styling, because I mean, I cannot leave my form like this, right? So uh, one thing that I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to add a title here, call 12, call md12, call lg12, and inside this I'm going to add an h1 tag, which will say chat application, right? Something like that. So again, we have that there. Now, one thing that we want to do is we want to, add some styles to it. Now, I mean, it could be that whatever code base you're building, you might be having some. I mean, the CSS that is there and the JavaScript that is there, it needs to be uh, you know publicly accessible to the application, right? I mean, it could be that I have a CSS file and I want that CSS file to, be available to all the HTML or all the EJS that I'm writing. I have a JavaScript file, I want it to be available to all the EJS that I'm writing, right? So it doesn't make sense to write that styles again and again for all the pages. Instead, what you can do is you can have a simple CSS file and try to link it, to your HTML code, whatever it is, right? So uh, I want to create a directory which is going to provide me with these public things as in the CSS and the JavaScript files and things like that, right? So let's suppose that I want to do something like that, right? So how am I going to do that? Now my problem statement is that I want the access of the CSS file in all the pages that is there, right? So um, uh, I can I can say that I want in Express.js add static files or something like that, right? Serving static files in Express. So my CSS and JavaScript, they are my static files, right? They are my static files. I can, need the static files in multiple pages, right? So I want something to serve my static files in my this. So it says that I can simply add an app.use and then express.static and create a directory called public, right? Something like that. So again, I mean, I'm going to create a new folder here in the main application. I'm going to create a new folder called public, right? And in my index.js, I'm going to say app.use and then express.static and then public, right? So after this, I think my files are available like this, right? So inside public I can create directly files or something. So let's say that inside public I create a folder called styles, and inside styles I create a new file called my style.css, something like that, right? Now I can simply link this to my index.ejs, right? Here, I mean, if I want to link that, then I can simply do style, and I can simply use the link, and the rel is going to be style sheet, right? And the href of it is going to be my slash styles and slash style.css, something like that, right? So now I think this style.css should be linked to the project. If not, then we'll debug it, right? But these files that you're hosting, these CSS and JavaScript files that you might be needing in multiple places, these are known as static files in the project, right? So I have my style.css now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to write some styles inside it. So for writing the styles, let's write some styles for the submit button that is there, or let's write some styles for the form input that we created, right? This class. Okay, so let's add some styles here. Form input, right? And inside form input, the first thing is that I want the, if I look at my application, the first thing is that I want it to take the maximum width, 100% of the width, right? So I can do the width is equal to 100%, not is equal to colon, right? So width and 100%. If I refresh this now, then nothing changes. So let's just see if that file got linked or not, right? Inside our head tag, we created this styles.css, right? If I, let's say, try to open my file here, localhost 3000 and then styles and then style.css. So it says that it cannot get style and then styles.css. So let's just go back to our serving this thing. Maybe I need to add a public to my URL as well before that. Okay, so even that doesn't work. Okay, so I can add a slash static in my app.use, right? So in my index.js, I'm going to add a slash static, right? That I want this to be served on slash static, and then the slash static route that is going to be there, it is going to serve the files that are there in public, right? So now if I, let's say, do here, if I, let's say, change my public to static, then again it doesn't work. Maybe I need to restart my server or something. Okay, so now I see the styles that are there, and if I go into my chat application, I can see that now my styles are appearing. Here, if I look at my body, if I look at my div, let me just toggle it from here. So if I go into my form input, then it is not taking the style for some reason. Dot form hyphen input and then width is equal to 100%. So I think everything is done right, but I'm not sure what exactly is the issue here. Okay, so the issue is that I need to change this URL to slash static and then styles and CSS, right? Which I forgot to do. So in my index.js, I'm going to change this to that one slash static slash styles and then slash style.css. If I save this now and if I refresh it here, you can see that the width increased, right? So now I know that my style sheet is linked, right? Now let's add some padding and stuff, right? So in my row, right, in this column, in the left column that I'm creating, this entire left section, I wanted to have some padding, so I'm going to do a p and then 5. Right, if I refresh this now, you can see that some padding has been added. It might look a bit weird in, different screen sizes. In mobile, it looks decent. Then one thing that I would want to do is I want to move this chat application to center, right? So I'm going to do a text center here, right? And if I refresh this, then you can see that the chat application have moved to center. These are some Bootstrap classes, right? Now I have worked with Bootstrap, so I mean I'm not, pretty confused about them. But here, if you go into the Bootstrap's documentation, you can, see the containers and grids I covered in my last video, and I'll be covering some other things as well. But here you can also see that there are, different utilities that are there for sizing, spacing, alignment, and things like that, right? So you can go through the classes that Bootstrap offers and choose from there. Okay, so with that being done, we have our chat application here. Now let's add some styling, some more styling to this form input as well, right? So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some padding. Right, and I'm going to add a padding of 10 pixel and then 5 pixel here. So 10 pixel, or it should have been 5 pixel and 10 pixel, because it starts from top, right? So it goes clockwise, right? So the first variable is going to apply to the top and bottom, and the second is going to apply to the left and right, right? If I'm not wrong. So you can see that, it is a bit more spacious. Then again, I mean, I can change the border radius of my input field. So I want to do it one rem. Don't worry about what rem is or things like that, because I've not really covered css much, right? But rem is simply, a relative. So pixel is, very static, but this rem, this is a, you know this is a unit, you can say, which works relative to the size of your screen or something like that, right? So this is just a relative unit that I'm using, and you can add a border. You can say 1 pixel solid and then gray, right? So now if I refresh this, you can see that it looks a bit decent this time, right? And let's just add some, a margin between the two. So after this one, I'm going to do a MB and then 3 because I need some margin between chat application and the input fields, right? Um, I can add some more, maybe a MB5 would be decent, gap. And then between my room, name and room ID, I can again add some margin here. So I can do an MB3 here, and I can do an MB3 here, and I can do an MB3 here as well. Right. And if I refresh this now, you can see that it has, stretched out a little bit that we wanted. Right. Again, for my submit button, I wanted in center. So I'm going to use text center. And if I refresh this, I can see that my submit button has now moved to the center. Right. And now let's style the submit button just for the sake of it. Although we don't need to get into front end, but since we're building it, let's build it properly. And submit button again, I'm going to add the background color, and I think since we are using this image, then the background color could be something that goes with what we are trying to build, right? So let's pick a color from this page and let's pick this color, and it won't work on mobile phone. So let's pick a color, and I want to pick this color for my background color, right? So I'm going to use this as my background color. I'm going to change the color of the text to black, right? And I'm going to add some padding inside the button. So for padding, I think that a padding of 10 pixel on the top and bottom, and 25 pixel on the left and right seems decent. If I load this now, you can see that my button expanded, but I think that I need more padding. Maybe a 50 pixel would be something that looks better. Yeah, this looks better. And maybe I can change this color from black to white, because no, black was better. Right, and I want the border of this button to be none. Right, I don't want to add any border to it, and I want the border radius to be 1 rem. Right, something like that. If I refresh this, you can see that it is rounded from the corners. I can change this to 10 rem. It would be completely rounded at the edges. Right, and maybe for the submit button, instead of adding a padding here, what I can do is I can change its width to something around 80% or something, right? So now it is going to take almost the entire width. I can do it 100% as well, and it is going to take the full width, right? So name, room ID, and submit looks pretty decent, right? One thing that again I want to do is that the alignment of my left and the right doesn't looks quite good, right? So what I can do is I can vertically align my left one to be at the center of my right one that is there, right? So for that, I think if I go into the Bootstraps documentation, I don't remember how it was done, but if I go uh, into utilities, and if I go into alignment, vertical alignment, right? So this it has a class called align middle or something. So let's just try this class. Maybe it will work out, right? Align middle. Let me copy this class and let me add this class into my left section that was there. This one. Right, so this column is now going to align vertically. Hopefully, it didn't work. So let's just see which else can be used. So this is vertical alignment, spacing, sizing, overflow, opacity, stuff. Uh, Vertical rule and breadcrumbs, layout, figure. Let's just Google it. I mean, align column vertically, bootstrap. Right. So it says that I can use my auto or something like that. Let's just try that. And let's refresh this, and yeah, it now comes to the center, right? And again, I mean, if I want to center the entire thing, then I can add this class to the body as well, my auto. And if I refresh this, for some reason it doesn't work, but let me add this my auto into container fluid and see how it looks. Maybe it will work this time. If not, then we're fine with it anyway. Or maybe I can just add a this thing like empty and then 5, right? So now it looks a bit centered, like the entire thing looks a bit centered, right? And this currently can be said as the home page for this can be said as the home page for our chat application, where we are asking the user for the name and the room ID, right? So now one more thing that we need to do is we need to uh, you know uh, take the values of this name and room ID and then submit it to the Ajax form that we are building, right? So again, I mean, for that I need to add a little bit of JavaScript that is there, right? So in the public directory, I'm going to create a new folder called JS, right? And inside JS, I'm going to create a new file called home.js, since it includes the JavaScript for my home page, right? And inside this, what I'm going to do is uh, I'm going to uh, I'm going to use jQuery for this, right? So I'm going to use jQuery for this, and you're going to learn a little bit about jQuery as well. So first, let's add the jQuery CDN into our application, right? So we're going to use this jQuery 3 point something. We want uh, the minified version of it. Don't want the entire jQuery with us. And we are going to add our jQuery here, or not here. I mean, I can add it in after the body itself, right? So we created this. We have included the jQuery now. And one more thing that we need to do is we need to include the home.js that we created as well, right? So src, and then inside src slash static slash js and then slash home.js, right? And we don't want integrity or all that stuff. Right, so now this is our script tag for home.js. Right, now inside, uh, so one thing is that jQuery, I mean, I'm going to use jQuery because I want to create a listener as well as I want to create Ajax request, right? Which you need jQuery for that, right? So submit button, I mean, since submit button is my listener here, I want to create a function that triggers when someone clicks on the submit button, right? That's exactly what I want to do, right? I want to create a function that opens that executes as soon as I click on the submit button, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside my home.js, and here I'm going to do uh, uh, what was it? So let's just see. I mean, I want to list on click listener, right? Since it is an on click listener on jQuery, right? How to implement that, right? So it says jQuery dot click method, right? Now it says that I can just use the dollar symbol, and then in the brackets I can write the element, the selector of the element that I want to select, and then using this click I can simply do this thing, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the selector, which is my submit button in that case, and I'm going to use a click, right? And inside click I'm going to create a function, right? And I'm going to simply do a console dot log and then say button clicked, right? Something like that. So console dot log is a way to print something on your console. Now if I refresh this, and let's just quickly restart the app as well so that we don't get stuck into unnecessary bugs. Now let's just go to the console. So in your inspect, you have your console here, right? This is the console that is there. Now if I click on submit, it says button clicked, right? How many times I click the button, it says button clicked, right? So now I want to get the values that are there. I want to fetch the values that are there inside my this name and this room ID, right? So now again to fetch the values, the first thing that you need to do is you want to select the element in jQuery, right? Using this method, right? So what I'm going to do is I can create an object, right? I can say let data is equal to and then create an object. And inside this object, I can say that my name is equal to and then dollar and then the selector of it. So for the selector, I can see that I added an ID to my name and my room ID here, right? So this can be my selector. Now to select an ID, I can use hashtag and then name, right? So hashtag name. So now my input field has been selected, right? And to fetch the value of it, like what is the value of that input field? There's a function called val, right? So a simple dollar and then hashtag name to select the input field and then dot val, right? This gives you the value of the input field whatever it is going to be, right? And similarly you can do a room ID, right? And then use the same method, right? So room and then in this instead of underscore let's use a hyphen because I mean it's better to use hyphens in classes and IDs. So room hyphen ID and then dot val and then we got a value for that, right? Now I'm going to console dot log this data just to see what data, like what is this doing for me, right? So I'm going to refresh this and I'm going to again go into my inspect and I'm going to go into my console and I'm going to submit this. So you can see that this object is currently empty, right? Now if let's say I enter some name here, I enter Apurv here and I submit it. Now you can see that the name is now having the value of Apurv, but the room ID is empty. Now I can enter a room ID as well, right? Add a room ID. Now I submit this, and you can see that now this time it is coming as Apurv and room ID, right? The two values that have my that are there inside my input field, right? So pretty simple. I mean, you can see that with just a couple of lines, I'm able to build the object, right? And jQuery is not that difficult, right? Either. So I got my data. Now one thing that I want to do is want to validate if the value of this name and room ID is empty or not, right? So let's create an if condition. If the name, sorry, if data dot name, right? Since it is an object now, so if data dot name and is equal to triple equal, right? Because I want to check the type as well. So if it is a type of string and it is empty, right? Or if data dot room id is equal to empty, right? Then I'm going to show an alert on the browser and I'm going to say name and room id are required, right? And if that goes well, then else I'm going to do a console dot log and then data, right? Something like that. So this is my function. Now I'm going to refresh this page, right? And now you can see that if I enter if I don't enter my name or room ID, I just submit it. It says that name and room ID are required, right? And if I go into my console as well, you can see that it didn't print anything because I used that if else condition. If I enter my name and I submit it, again it says that both of them are required. If I remove my name and just enter the room ID, again you would say it would say that both of them are required. But if I enter both of them and if I submit it, you can see that it got printed, right? So now I have my data. I know that it will only work when I have both the name as well as the room ID in my case, right? And now what I want to do is I want to create an Ajax request based on this, right? So now we want to create an Ajax request, and there are different types of request. I mean, if you are into web developer development, doesn't matter if you are a beginner or an intermediate. There are, different types of requests that are there. There are requests that are get request, where you are trying to get something from the server that is there. Then there are post request, where you are trying to post something on the server. And then there are, put requests, where you are trying to update something on the server, update some data on the server. There are delete requests, where you are trying to delete something from the server, right? So let's just quickly write down those requests for those of you who are new to web development. There are, different types of request. So get request, right? Then post, then you have update, or you can also say that these requests are called patch, right? And then you have delete. Right. So these are the types of requests. These are the multiple types of requests that are there. Right. Now, in our case, I mean, we are not trying to get something from the data from the server, right? So we are not going to use this get request per se, right? We are not trying to update something in the server. So we are not like, we are not going to use this. We are not going to delete anything from the server. So we are not going to use this. We are sending something to the server, right? We are posting something to the server. So we are going to use a post request, right? So now we need to see how to send a post request, right? So how to send a post request using Ajax, right? How to send a post request using Ajax? Again, I mean, you got something jQuery Ajax method. This is something that we're going to use, and this Ajax or this fetch method is something that is used, commonly in Node.js, React.js, Next.js, whatever it is, right? So the gist of this, remains the same, right? Now, instead of this one, I am just going to check out the W3 school, where they've given, an example of post. And even in this one, I think that they were telling us about a few things. Let's just go back. Okay, so this is a very good example. The code that he is following is, uh, you know, this thing, right? And they have given some, things to improve as well, right? So let's just try this one, like try this, right? So $.ajax, right? What we are going to do is here, I mean, instead of console.log, what we are going to do is we are going to do a $.ajax, right? And then, I mean, it's going to take a few things, right? So it's first going to take a URL, like what is the URL that you want to hit, with the request that you're trying to make. So for URL, since our local host and then port 3000 is static here, then we are going to do a slash, and then we are going to do a enter room, right? Let's create a route that says enter room, right? Now this is going to be a post request, right? So the type of this request is going to be post, right? And again, I mean, since it is type post, then we are going to pass the data as well, right? So the data is going to be the data that we created above, right? The object that we are trying to send to the database, because we need to tell the server that what is the name of the user and what room do they want to enter, right? So you have URL, you have type, and then you have data, and then you'll have a success. So you'll have a handler as well, right? You'll have a success handler. You'll say that success handler is here, and it is going to be a function, right? And inside the function, you are going to get a response, and whatever the response is, you can just console.log it, right? So console.log response. So we'll handle what we want to do when the request is successful. But currently we just want to, build a request that takes this name and room ID, and does something to connect the user to that specific room ID, right? So that is what we are trying to do. And now the next thing that we want to do is we want to create a request here. So again, I mean, here you would see that there's this app.get right now, right? So this means that we are trying to get something from the server, right? In our case, we are trying to render the index.ejs that was there. But now similarly, we are going to create an app.post, right? Because now we want to handle a post request to the server, right? And it is going to be enter room in our case because that is the URL that we used in our home.ejs, right? Home.javascript, sorry. Just enter room, right? And after enter room, we are going to add again an arrow function, right? Just like the above, request response and then an arrow function. And here, let's just console.log it, right? Let's just console.log and let's just console.log request, right? So we want to see what the request is. This rec and response that is there, this is the request. That means the data that is coming from the browser that is trying to make this request, and this is the response that you are sending, right? So we want to first check what the request is, right? What is the data that we are receiving from the, you know, the application, right? So let me just restart this application, and now I mean it should send a post request, right? In our case, it is sending a post request. So I'm going to enter a name, I'm going to enter a room ID, and I'm going to submit this. Now as soon as I submit this, you can see that nothing quite happened here. If I look at the console, then in home and then home.js line number 10, you can see that it executed that line. So if we go into home.js and then check out the line number 10, then it is creating this object for us. I'm not sure why it is console.logging it again, maybe. Uh, but if I go here, even this didn't work. Maybe, okay, I didn't save my index.js. My bad. Right, so opening this again, refreshing this again, you can see that this is completely empty. Now I'm going to enter my name. I'm going to enter 1234. I'm going to submit this, and you can see that nothing got printed here. But if I go into my console, then you can see that, I got this log that was printed, right? I mean, it posted this request out of it, right? This is the entire request that got console.logged into the server, right? And you can see that this is pretty huge, right? This request that we printed, it is pretty huge, right? But it must contain, something that says approve and then the data that I entered into that form, right? So let's just quickly check where that is. So you can see that it is giving us a lot of things, right? I'm using Chrome and what is my user agent and what is the referrer and things like that, right? It is giving me a lot of details based on it, and maybe one thing that I should Google is that how to fetch JSON from request Node.js. How to fetch data from request Node.js. Or not Node.js, Express post request, right? So get HTTP post body in Express.js, right? This is what we are looking for, and it says request.body is what we are looking for, right? So let's just try to console.log request.body and see if that changes anything for us, right? Let's close this. Let's again open index.js. Let's refresh this. I'm going to enter my name Apurv and then my room ID. I'm going to submit this, and here in the backend you can see that this time it is coming out as undefined, right? So something changed, and Maybe if you do a request dot data, then it might, give us what we are looking for. It again undefined. We need to get the data in inside the. Okay, Express.js handle post request. Right, handle get and post request in Express.js. So get request is pretty straightforward. We need to handle the post request. So okay, so for this, it is you're using a body parser of some sort. Okay, so we need to install this npm installer and then body parser, right? This is something that we were missing out, right? So let's just quickly install it. Npm install body parser, and then we are going to include this body parser into our code right after we included the express, right? And then we have this express already. Then we are going to copy and paste this one which says app.use. So we are using this app body parser.json to parse the body that we are receiving, and we are encoding it or something, maybe something like that. So let's just use that one as well here. I'm going to use app.use body parser, and then here you can say let data is equal to request.body or something like that. So I'm going to do a request.body here, console.log, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's just restart the server node index.js in our case, and let's refresh this. Let's add the name, let's add the some number, right? And let's submit this. Now once I submit this, here I can see that now I'm receiving my uh, you know name and room ID that is there. So I got this console.logged, right? After making index.ejs changes, server still shows hello world part. Well, I mean, in that case, we need to debug it, right? So, I mean, just spend some time with it. Why is it still, not showing? Maybe, I mean, one thing that changed was that in the index.js, I did this response.render and then rendered my EJS file. So maybe this is something that you're missing out. One more thing that, is working a bit different in our case is that we need to restart the server. So just kill the server again, do an npm and then node.js, and you'll eventually see your index.ejs that is there. So with that being said, so we now have our chat applications homepage ready, right? Where we are taking the name and the room ID of the user, right? Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to create different rooms for the user, right? Based on the room ID that they are entering, and then whatever room ID it is, we need to take the user into that, into that room ID, and then make the chat happen with the help of sockets, right? So I mean, we already did this part, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a very short break, 10 minutes or something like that. You guys should take the break too. If you are stuck with any bugs, make sure that you spend that 10-15 minutes in trying to solve that bug, right? uh, just to like pick up the pace and uh, you know be on the steps that I am on. Although, I mean, if you missed out on a few things, if you're still stuck on previous steps and things like that, then you can obviously pause the stream and try to do what you're doing and then continue watching the stream. I'm going to take a short 10 minutes break, and then once I come back, I'm going to explain to you, how Socket.io works and things like that. And we are, then going to implement it into our chat application. I mean, since it's already 11, close to 11 p.m., then I'm going to extend this live stream once again. I mean, I'm going to build the basic one-to-one chat application with this. But one more thing that I wanted to do was that if you look at, if you ever looked at Google Meet, right? I mean, if you guys ever looked at Google Meet, then Google Meet, contains all these things where you can create a new meeting and things like that. And then, it helps you, create video chat with people, So, I mean, this chat application was pretty boring. It was pretty bland. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another live stream maybe next weekend or something, next weekend or sometime in the future, and I'm going to extend this application into a full-fledged video chat application, because I mean chat application is boring, right? So we're going to build an entire video chat app just like Google Meet or something like that. So in I mean not today, because today we are going to stop at the chat application once you're able to communicate with the people, but uh, taking this application forward in some other stream, I'm going to make up an entire video chat application with where you can mute yourself, you can close your video, you can talk to people through video and things like that, right? So we are going to do that as well, right? I'm going to extend this project a little bit for another live stream, but for now I'm going to take a short 10 minutes break, and once I'm back we are going to implement the socket.io and you know complete at least our chat functionality for today, and then continue with the video chat in some other stream, right? So I'll be back in 10 minutes. Sorry, my audio was muted, but I guess you can hear me now. So you can, so basically, if we talk about socket.io, right, which is what we are going to implement right now, right? If you take a look at the socket.io, then socket.io is basically a library, right, that enables you to have like low latency, and it is bi-directional, so you can, your client can communicate with the server, and the server can communicate with the client, and it is event based, right? So let's try to understand the architecture that is there, right? Before we like continue with the coding and stuff, right? Am I audible right now? Am I audible? I guess my messages again got stuck. I'm not sure why. I mean, I'm not able to see the live chat properly. Is this a bug by YouTube or something? Yes, it is good. Okay, okay. So I'm audible, right? So let's just first try to understand the architecture that we are following right now, right? So this website that we have here, right, this page that we have in front of us, this is our client, right? This browser, the web page that is rendering inside it, this is our client, right? And similarly, this is the server that we are running, right? That server.js and whatever it is, this is the server that is running, right? Now if we specifically talk about a client application, right, this again, this step is done, right, and we created the page as well, right? But now if we talk about this client server architecture, then let's say that this is me, right? Let's say this is me, right? And this is the server here, right? And then this is someone, right? This is someone. Right. And I am currently, using this chat application, and I want to chat with this person. I want to chat with someone. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, send some message. I'm going to type something and enter it into it. Right. So now what this needs to do is this my client that is there. Right. So this is the client. This is the same website that we built. Right. I am also opening this website, and someone else from some other part of the world is also opening this website right now, right? And we want to chat with each other. So what is happening is that now the client, this client and this client is same, right? But as soon as I type some message, I want it to send it to the server. I want to send that message to the server, and what the server needs to do is it needs to send that message to that someone. Right, it needs to immediately send that message to someone, so that this someone can see that message. They can see, what I have written, and then they can reply back. Then they would be sending something to the server, right? And then server would be telling me what they sent, right? So this communication that happens, it is bi-directional, right? By bi-directional, I mean that I am sending something to the server, and the server is sending something back to me, right? So this is bi-directional. That's one thing. Then again, I mean, if you look at the features that it said, then it is low latency, right? So that like the time it will take for me to send the message and the other person to receive the message is going to be quite low, right? So that is there. It is bi-directional, right? I am able to send the message to the server, and server is sending something back to me as well, and it is event based, right? So by event based, it means that as soon as I type something, it is going to trigger an event in the server that okay, I received this message. Now who do I need to send it to, right? So it is going to send it to the other client, right? And then as soon as other client sends something, to the server, then it will again, trigger an event which says that okay, I received a message. Now who do I need to send it to? So it will send it to me, right? So it is event based as well. So this event based communication, which is bi-directional and low latency, this is your socket.io, right? A library that provides that, right? Now, I mean, we want to implement this in, Node.js, right? So it says that the documentation can be found here. And the first thing that we want to do is we want to do an npm install and then socket.io. Um, okay, so this was our server. So I'm going to do an npm install and then socket.io. So it is installing the socket.io right now. in my device, and I don't want a specific version right now, then it tells us to install some additional packages for buffer util and things like that. But at this moment, we don't need any of that. You can see what each of these do. So buffer util allows to efficiently perform operations such as masking and unmasking the data payload of WebSocket frames, right? And what this means is that the server is still receiving the messages, right? I mean, I am sending some message, the server knows that I have sent this message, and it will also know the message that I have sent, right? So it creates a buffer in between, which what it does is that whatever message I am sending, it is going to encrypt that message and then send it to the server. Then the server is going to send it back to the client, and the client is going to decrypt that message and then display it to the user, right? So in this case, the server doesn't know what the message was, since it received and sent the message in an encrypted way, right? But the clients would know what the message was, right? So this is how WhatsApp works, right? WhatsApp says that they have this end-to-end encryption. So what it means is that whatever message you are sending to them, right, it is first encrypting it on the client side, then sending it to the server, then the server is sending it to the other person, and then that other person's application is decrypting it and then displaying the message to the user, right? And you can I mean, we don't need it at this point, and because I mean, I'm not building an application that I want to uh, you know uh, send to like add it into Play Store or want users to use. This is just a demo application, right? Hi Ritika. So then secondly, we have this UTF-8 validate, which says allows to efficiently check if a message contains valid UTF-8 as required by the spec, right? Again, we don't need it. We can allow user to send whatever they want, right? And for example, you can use EIOWS package. Again, we don't want to use this one, and WebSocket is again something that we don't want to use, right? Then we need to initialize. So let's move to the next step. We have already installed it. Now let's initialize it. So commonly, I mean, the way it is implemented is that you create a server, right? So you create a constant variable that requires socket.io. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this constant here, right? So const server, which is going to require socket.io, right? Then I'm going to create a constant called io, right? So I'm going to create a constant called io, and I'm not sure what this exactly does. And we're currently running on an HTTP server, so let's just follow this one, right? So we need to create a server first, right? I mean, we are going to use it in an HTTP server, right? So I am going to do this. Create server require HTTP, right? And then I'm going to create a server with the socket.io, right? And next thing is that I'm going to set up the server, right? Because here we are going to we are doing this app.listen, right? So instead of app.listen, we are going to do the HTTP server.listen. So we have this HTTP server then, which I'm going to create, and then we are creating the IO, so new server, and then uh, it is going to contain the first variable as HTTP server, and then we can pass the options if you want any. We're going to take a look at what are the options that it provides, and then you can do this io.on and then something something, right? So let's just copy and paste this for now, right? This is done, and with Express.js, okay, so with Express.js, the process is different. Let's just remove everything that we added. and let's just see what's the process for doing it in Express.js. So you require Express as we did, then you again create server. I created it, but I deleted it, so no worries there, right? And then it says you create the app with Express, right? So let's move it on top, and then I'm going to pass this. I'm going to create an HTTP server passing the application that is running, right? So create server and then app, and then I'm going to do a new server, and then again simply the HTTP server, and then options, right? So we don't have any options as of now, and rest of it we don't need, right? Now the server instance moving forward, right? So now the next thing that we want to do is we want to generate an ID for the user, right? So we need to generate a unique ID for the room or for the session that is getting created, right? So or to generate a custom session ID, right? Now all the rooms that we are going to have, the room ID that was there, that is basically a session ID that is there, right? A session in which multiple clients can connect and talk to each other, right? So we need to generate an ID as well, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to do this const and then UUID. Right. So I'm going to first require it here on the top. Right. So I've required the UUID and must be unique across all socket.io servers. Right. So instead of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply create a function which generates a unique ID for me. So what they're doing is they're doing this io.engine.generate ID and then returning a uuid.v4, right? But what we can do is we can simply generate a uuid for them, right? So I think one thing that we need to do is we need to go back to our home.js, and here we were checking that if the room ID is entered or not, right? So this room ID is basically the session ID that is there, right? And we can just check if the name is entered or not, right? Because the name is required. Right. And then in the backend, we can check if the user is if the user has entered a room ID or not. And if the user has not entered a room ID, then we can, probably, create a UUID 4 for them, something like that. Right. So here we can put a check, right? So we can say that let data is equal to request dot body, right? And then we can do a simple, you know um, if request dot body request dot body dot room id triple equal to and empty. So if the room id is empty, right, if the room id is empty, then we need to generate a room id. So what we are going to do is that since we want to generate a room id, we are going to generate a room id here, right? And we are going to call this let room id is equal to this, and then else we can do a let room id is equal to and then request dot body dot room id, right? Something like that. So we this room ID variable, either it is going to generate a new room ID or an existing room ID, whatever it is, right? And then what you can do is you can just simply make the you need to basically see what these things are. You need to check what these things are. So basically, they are generating a unique ID, and it says that it emits three special events, right? So the events that are there, right? The initial headers will be emitted just before writing the response header of the first HTTP request of the session, allowing you to customize them, right? So we don't need this, right? Then we have this. Then we have this one. Headers will be emitted just before writing the response of each HTTP. Again, I mean, we don't need the headers. And then this is something, right? So those methods share the same semantics as broadcasting and the same filter apply, right? So we are generating a socket instance for each and every user that is there, and then we need to uh, join them together. So it says io.on connection, and then we can establish a connection basically. So what's happening is that the user has entered the room, right? And as soon as they enter a room, what we are doing is we are generating a room ID, right? Now, one question is that we want this room ID. Uh, I mean, we want to basically render a page that is there, right? So should we redirect it to some other page or just send back the room ID or something? Let's just do it this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a response dot send, right? So response dot send, and the response is going to be 201. 200 is basically an OK request. So you see all these errors, 404 not found and things like that. 200 means OK, right? So and then we are going to type the message, and the message in the message we are going to type the name as instead of enter room we are going to do a generate room and then ID, something like that, right? And let's change this here as well, because what it is doing is it is generating a room ID for us. Generate room and then ID, right? Something like that. So now if you go into our index.js, we need to send the name of the user, which is going to be request.body dot name, and then similarly we are going to have a room ID, which is going to be request dot body dot room ID, something like that, right? And in fact we just need to uh, call this request if the room ID is there or not, right? So let's just remove this thing, right? We don't need the name of the user. And in home.js, let's comment the name line for now, right? Because we are not sending the name to the database. We are just checking or not comment it. We are just checking if the name is there or not, right? If the name is there, right, and there's no alert, then we need to check if and then data dot room id is equal to empty. Then we are going to send this Ajax request. Right, so this is the point where we are going to send that Ajax request, and what we are going to do is instead of this console.log response, what we are going to do is we are going to do a room ID, sorry, data.room ID, and then this data.room ID is going to become your response dot data, or let's just console.log response for now. Right, let's just see, what exactly is happening. Right, so I need to install the UID as well. npm install UUID, and then after running the server, if I, let's say, go back to my application and I inspect it to check the console, right, then here I'm going to enter my name. I'm not going to enter any room ID. I'm going to submit this, and then it gives me the room ID, and then it is empty, right? So it shouldn't have been empty, but let's just say that console.wrong response dot room ID, right? So this is what we are looking for. Now let's just try to see why our room ID was empty in the first place. So here, instead of request.body.room ID, I should have just sent room ID, right? That was the mistake that was happening. Now let's run this again, and response, it says that response dot status 200, and then sent is the latest version and the other one is deprecated, right? So let's just do that quickly. And now if I'm going to enter my name and I'm going to submit this, then it gives me an internal server error, right? So let's just check what that error is. It says that room ID is not defined, right? So the room ID is not defined, and the room ID is not defined because I'm using this let, right? And I'm using this let inside. I don't even need to check this, right? Because I mean, here if I look at the flow, then the name is already going to be there, right? Because if not, then this else would never execute, right? So this means that name is going to be there, and if I go into my data.room ID, right, and if that is empty, only then the Ajax request is going to hit, right? So in my index.js, I just need to return this thing, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a let and then room ID. I'm going to change this request to get, right? Because I mean, I'm just getting some data. I don't need to actually, you know, uh, send anything. So the type is going to be get, and we don't send any data in this one, right? Now if I save this and if I load this, right, if I refresh this now, and if I enter a name and if I submit this, then I'm receiving a room ID, right? You can see that this is the room ID that is there. Right. So what you can do is here you can simply do this instead of console.log. What you can do is we can simply do a data.room ID is equal to and then response.room ID. Right, something like that. And then you can remove this line. So by this point we have our room ID as well. So if I do a console.log with the data here, then I'm going to see the data this time, right? I'm going to see the data this time. So if I type my name here and I enter some random room ID, then you can see that I'm receiving this. But if I enter my name here and if I don't enter a room ID, then you will see that okay, so the room ID is coming up to be this, like this big thing that is there. Right. So we now have our room ID. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to redirect the user to a separate page, right? So you want the user to be redirected to a separate page, right? And for that, what we are going to do is we are going to create a um, we are going to create a you know we are going to redirect the user to a URL, a specific URL, right? So for that, what we can do is we can do a window dot location dot href. This basically changes the location of the user, right? And then we can do a slash chat, and inside the slash chat what we can do is we can basically send the data of the user, right? So we can send the name, so the name is going to be dollar, right? And then data dot name, right? And we are going to do a room ID, which is going to be um, data dot room ID, something like that, right? So now what is happening here is that I'm changing the location of the user, window.location.href. This changes the location of the user to this, right? And I'm doing some string formatting here. So in order to do string formatting, the simple way to do it that is to use backticks, right? So this backtick is the key that is right above your tab key in your keyboard, right? And you use this backtick, then you add, your whatever it is. Right, so slash chat, and then since my URL has some, you know, URL arguments, it is having some data in the URL itself, right? So the way to add URL, the key value pairs in the URL is that after your, root is completed, you add a question mark, right? So you add a question mark saying that, okay, the URL is completed and now I'm providing some query parameters, some query arguments and things like that. And then this is your first variable name is equal to, and then dollar, and then these curly brackets is the way where you can insert a variable inside, a string in JavaScript, right? So this dollar and then curly braces, then I'm inserting the data dot name here, and then I'm doing and room ID, right? So and means that the first name and the value of it is completed. You're adding another one, which is room ID is equal to, and then the room ID that is there, right? So now if I save this, and if I run this again, if I refresh this, then you would see that it is this time going to redirect me to something. So I'm going to do an approve, I'm going to do a submit, and then you can see that it has taken me to name, which is approve, and then my room ID is empty for some reason. So let's just quickly check why the room ID is empty. I'm doing this data.room ID here. Right, and one of the reasons why it is coming out to be empty is because uh, this request is taking some time to execute, and this is executing before that, right? So what I can do is what I can do to resolve this is I can maybe add an await there of some sort, right? So I can do an await here. What is the error here? Quick fix. Okay, so this became an asynchronous function and I'm adding an await here. Basically, I mean, the basic problem, I mean, with JavaScript that people face is that it works asynchronously, right? I mean, it doesn't wait for a function to get executed and then moves on. It just, works asynchronously, right? So what we are doing is we are saying that this function is asynchronous here, right? And we want to wait for this to execute and then move forward, right? So I save this, and now if I close this one, then if I refresh this now, right, and I enter my name and I submit it, then it is taking me to some room ID, right? So now you can see in the URL that it is slash chat, and then I have my name, which is Apurv, and then the room ID, which is whatever the room ID is, right? So now I need to create another route that is there, which is going to be again app.get, and then this time it is going to be slash chat, right, with the with request and response, right? And here, I mean, I first need to fetch the values of the name and room ID that I got, right? So in order to do that, let's see how to do that. So express get URL parameters, right? Express get URL parameters. So it says that request.params and then something is going to give me that. So if I simply do a console.log request.params, right? And if I restart my server here and if I go back to my application and refresh this, it says that params is not defined because I used a comma instead of a dot. Right, so if I refresh this, then you can see that it is coming out to be empty for now. So maybe I need to add the value as well, although I don't think that is an issue. It gave an error, params is not defined. Right, so let's just see again how it was done. It's a request.params and then the tag IDs, but the params are coming out to be here, right? And in our case, it is not coming out to be here. So it should be request dot tag ID. Okay, so in this type of syntax, it is going to be request dot query, right? So instead of params, we should have used query since these are query parameters in URL. And now if I let's say refresh this, then you can see that maybe I need to restart the server. So now you can see that I am receiving my query parameters as I wanted to, right? So now I'm receiving my query parameters. Now one thing that I again want to do, the next thing that I want to do is, as we saw in the socket.io, these UUID that we like created, right? This unique ID that we created, this is, this must be unique across all the socket.io servers. That's one thing. And the second thing is that we need to, join the user to that session that is there, right? So first we need to create a session with this unique ID, right? So we need to create a room, right? So let's just see how we can do that. Socket.io create room, right? Express. So you want to create a room in socket.io, right? And we again found an answer in Stack Overflow. It says socket.on create, right? So rooms in socket.io don't need to be created. One is created when the socket joins it, right? So I mean, we don't need to specifically create the room, it says, but it is already created. I just need to join it, right? So they are joined on the server side. So you would have to instruct the server using the client, right? So I can do a socket.on and then create, right? So here the first thing that I want to do is I want to render something, response.render, and then I want to do pages and then chat, right? So this is the page that is going to render chat.ejs. We still have to create it, right? And then the next thing that we want to do is we want to uh, it says that socket.emit and then create room one, right? So what we need to do is we want to emit this to the socket, right? So we are going to do a socket and so we are going to have a variable called socket which is going to be io.connect. Let's add that variable here, socket at which is io.connect, right? And then we are going to here do something like socket.emit, and then we are going to call the create. So we are going to emit the trigger called create, right? And the room ID is going to be what we got in our console, right? Which is going to be our request dot what was it? Query, request dot query, and then room ID, right? Something like that. So this is going to emit the socket to create this room, right? And the next thing that we need to do is we need to create the socket io.sockets.on. So we want to create a handler of that emit message that we are broadcasting, right? So in this case, we are going to do a io.socket.on and then connection, right? So on connection, we are going to create a socket.on create. So we are emitting this create here, right? And then we are basically providing the room ID here, right? And then we are joining the socket with this thing, right? So socket.join and then room ID, right? So now the socket should be created. I mean, it should join the user, right? And now we need to fetch the message as well. So let's just go back to the socket.io documentation. It is a bit confusing, I guess. This entire thing is a bit confusing. So it is joining the sockets here, it is leaving the sockets here, it is disconnecting, fetching, and it is basically emitting something here, right? So server side emit is this one, right? And basically you are creating something here. Let's just see what we have done up until now. Let's just see how this is working, right? Let's just first create our this chat.ejs, right? And then come back to what we are doing right now. So in our this pages, we are going to have a new file called chat.ejs, right? And again for chat.ejs, I'm going to like copy paste this entire thing, right? And our style is there, so style.css is fine there. We can use it in both the pages. And this container fluid is fine. This row is fine. You just need to like get rid of this code here and write this one again, right? Then we have our bootstrap mm, JavaScript. We have our jQuery, and then instead of home.js, we are going to have our chat.js here, right? Let's just get rid of this, and we are going to do a div class called 12, and then call md12, and then call lg12, right? And once this is done, I mean, we are creating an entire width worth of something, and inside this uh, we are going to give this an id called chat area, right? Something like that. So chat area. Right, this is something that we are going to do. And then I mean I'm going to create another div. So div and then class and then call. Again, I mean it is going to take the same full width. And the ID of this is going to be chat and then chat input or something like that, right? Chat input is what we are going to go with. And then I'm going to create a class inside this, right? And I'm going to again create a div with class called call uh, 11 maybe, right? And then call MD11 and then call LG11, right? Which is going to contain our input field, type text, and then class form input, and then ID is going to be uh, chat message, right? And the placeholder is going to be enter your message or something like that, right? So this is going to be our input, and apart from that we are also going to have another like column, right? So div class call 1 and then call md1 and then call lg1, right? And then input type text, or not type text, I mean this is not going to be an input, this is rather going to be a button, right? Class and then send button. So basically to send the message, and here we are going to like add an icon, font or some icon or something like that, right? And then let's go back to our style.css as well, right? So here let's add some styles for what we just created. The chat area that we created, it is going to have a minimum maximum height of 90 view height, right? And it is going to have a minimum height of 90 view height, so we want it to be a fixed height 90 view height, right? And then we have our chat, and then what was the second one? The second one was chat input, which is going to have a minimum and maximum height of 10 view height, right? So that it remains consistent, right? And we are going to give this a background color of maybe a background color of this one, right? And then we are going to give this a, we are going to leave that color right now, right? So now if I, let's say, kill my server and I restart it, right, and I reload this, then it says that there's an error, io.connect is not a function, right? So io.connect is not a function. Let's just see what we did here. Instead of this, here I could have done io.socket.emit or something. io.sockets.emit. Yep, so something like this, right? And the reason why we are having that margin is because I don't want any empty 5 here, right? And below we have the chat panel that is there. So here, I mean, we can add some styles as well. I'm going to add a class called chat message just to style it a bit better, right? So I'm going to do a chat message here, and I'm going to uh, instead of chat message here, what I could do is in my chat.ejs I can change this input to a text area, right? Simple text area, and a closing text area as well, because text area is not a self-closing tag, right? And I refresh this and you can see that it expanded a little bit. Maybe I can give it some height as well. So this chat message, I can use this class to give it a height. minimum and then height is going to be 100%. Right, I refresh this and you can see that the height increased. Again, one thing that I can do is I can add an my auto here, and let's just get rid of this. Let's just, instead of text area, let's just move it back to input, right? And here let's just see, I mean, how this is, what's the composition of this. So this column, okay, I need to add a minimum height to that one as well, right? So chat input, I've already added a minimum and maximum height of 10 view height, right? If I go into my chat.js, then this is the one that is taking the chat input, right? So the chat hyphen input, it is having a height of that. Maybe instead of giving these styles, what I should have done is, let me just get rid of these styles. Now I'm going to do this as 100 view h and 100 view h, right? And this chat input, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep its z index is equal to 100 or something, right? So let's just add a z index there. Right, and in our chat area, basically, this is the area where we are going to display all the messages and stuff, right? And apart from the messages, then we are going to have a chat input as well. And in the chat input, we want to basically create, an input field and a button to send the messages, right? Something like that. So, I mean, uh, here what I could do is that I can give this a position of absolute, right, and keep it inside the chat area itself, right. I can here give a padding at the bottom of 5, right, and here I can give a this thing where this chat message, this thing that is there, right, this chat message that is there, what I can do is this chat area is there, and then this this chat message that is there, or not the chat message, but in fact what I can do is in my chat.ejs I can create a div tag here, and I can give this an id called message area or something like that, right, message area, and then I can give this message area a position of absolute, right, something like that, and then I can give this bottom and then 0, Right, so it should move to bottom. Let's just do some hit and trial on this one. Right, message area. Here, uh, hashtag message area, and then you can see that it is moving down to the bottom, like at the very bottom of it. And instead of like 10, I can give it a 10 or something, right? So that it moves a bit above, right? 10 pixel. And now one thing that I need to see is that this message area that is there, it is not taking the full width, right? So I need to give it a width of 100%. So it takes the 100% width, or not 100%, but I need to give it a width of maybe 90% or something. Yeah, so 90% works, and even in the mobile screen it looks decent. Maybe 80% is a more better approach, or maybe I can just do a 99% or something, 98, because it is taking some padding on the left side as well. Right, so a 98.5% would be ideal. I think it is going to be consistent in all the screen sizes, not in the mobile phone. So let's just make it 90, and let's just do a margin left is equal to 5%, right, and a margin right is equal to 5%, something like that. This width is 90. I mean, these position absolute, you shouldn't really use that position absolute because it kind of messes up the entire, flow of things, how it works and stuff like that. As you can see, even I'm struggling with position absolute. So let's just cut this position absolute for now and try to, find a workaround about how to, put this message in the chat area, right? So I mean, I have my chat area, right? And I wanted to, occupy the full area that is there. And maybe I can use flex instead of position absolute, right? So let's try it with flex. Let's give this div a class, and I'm going to use the deflex class, right? And along with deflex, let's just see flex bottom align and then bootstrap 5. Right, so Bootstrap 5 bottom alignment of flex is something that we want to do. Okay, so this is exactly what we're looking for. Empty auto or something. Maybe if I add this empty auto here, then it might work. Okay, something did happen. It is now at least taking the full width because I introduced that position absolute. It was messing up some things. But now align content end is something that I want to use, and I want to use flex wrap here, right? So I'm going to do this align content end, and I'm going to get rid of this flex wrap for now. If I come back to my second screen, yeah, if I refresh this now, then it is not moving downwards for some reason. Here you can see that this is direction flex, and basically I think I should add these classes to the chat area. The chat area is basically 100%, right? This is basically 100 view height, and then this is not taking the maximum height for some reason, right? So if I add a, let's say, minimum height of 100 view edge, I need this to be at the very bottom of the screen, but I want it to float. Right. So I'm not sure exactly how should I approach this. There are multiple ways to do it. I mean, this is front end, right? So there are multiple ways to do it, but I'm just trying to think like what is the good way to do this thing. Right. So direction is flex, right? And I'm aligning the content to end. But the problem is that it is not, maybe I should add another div and then add the classes here itself. Add two divs, one for displaying the message and one for input. It will align. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to do it with Bootstrap. I'm not sure exactly why is it isn't working. Right now I have this, but it is this time, it has moved to the bottom. So maybe if I, let's say, remove this thing from here, right, and I need to remove my empty 5 as well, right. So now this message is coming up pretty fine. Right, now I want this on top of my chat message screen. But the problem is that if I am giving this position absolute, then if I, let's say, give this position absolute and move it, inside this thing, then it is breaking a little bit, right? I mean, my alignments are going off because of it. So what I can maybe do is I can maybe give it a height of, maybe I can use the calculate function or something, right? I mean, it wouldn't be as bad of an idea as I think it is, right? So let's just do one thing. Let's do some calculations here. Chat area, right? I'm going to use calculation in CSS, right? So there's this calc method that is there. Let's just see how this one works. 10 px plus 100 px or something like that, right? So I'm going to do a calc, and then I'm going to do 100 view height minus, what is the height of my this input? It is almost 36 pixel, right? So 36 pixel or something, right? And the same value would go here as well. if I refresh this now, then and if I go into my chat.ejs and reload this now, I need to get the rid of this thing. Okay, so basically it worked this time. This 100 view which is minus 36 pixel is what I'm getting at the top of it, right? And now I just need to see what exactly is going wrong with the at the bottom end of it. Maybe I should just create two panels, right? I mean, one where you enter the chat and one where you know, one on top of the other. Let's just create two panels. I mean, there's no point in wasting time in this, right? So I have a chat area, right? I'm going to give this the maximum height, and then what I can do is I can simply create another column, which I've done. I can add an input field here, type text and class chat message, position absolute. Okay, so this position absolute is causing the issues. Okay, yeah. So now this is sorted, right? And I can give this call MD11 and then call MD11 and then call LG11, right? So that is there, and maybe I can give it a little bit of padding as well. So a little bit of margin here, or maybe here what I could have done is that instead of 36 I could have given a 50 pixel, you know, slack, right? And then add some padding there, maybe P1 or something like that. P2 would be ideal. Yes, something like that, right? And again for this section, I mean, I'm going to call this ID as chat message area, right? And for message area again, I'm going to use the same background color so that it looks a bit consistent, right? So the background color is there. Let's give it some border as well, border top, and then one px solid black, something like that, right? um yeah, something like that. And one thing that we need to do is we need to add the font awesome icon as well to send the message, right? So for that, what we can do is we can create another div class call one, call md1, and then call lg1 with an id. No, we don't need an id actually. And then just give it a p2 here, right? And then a button with a class send message. Right, and then we can include the font awesome icon, right? So let's go to font awesome here, font awesome, and let's just check font awesome CDM, right? So for font awesome, we have this. So let's copy the link tag, add the link tag here. Let's add the tag here, right? And let's add an icon here. So I have already opened the font awesome. I'm just going to search for an icon for send. And for send, I think an icon like this is something that we can use. Let's just copy this and let's paste it here and see how it looks. So we are still not seeing an icon. Maybe because I am can download the SVG file as well. Maybe let's just not a okay, this is a pro icon. That's the thing. So how do I filter the free icons? Yeah, something like this. Okay, so the icon is coming up, right? Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to convert it into a button, right? So I mean it is already a button. We just need to style that button. We have this class called send message, right? So let's just pick that class, send message, right? And let's quickly give it some styles. So we want the background color to be the same as above, right? We want the width to be 100%. We want the border to be none, and we want the color to be black, right? So if I refresh this now, and I want the height to be 100% as well, right? Now the only thing is that it has some padding around it, so instead of padding I'm going to convert this to margin. Shouldn't have done that. I think this looks fine in one way or the other. Looks a bit weird, but still should work. If I inspect it, then on the mobile phone it looks a bit weird. So for the phone, let's change the call to 10 and this to 2. Right, so something like this is what we are going to get, right? And I think this looks pretty decent with the send button and enter your message and stuff. You can basically enter whatever you want and send, right? So this page is ready, right? Now we have our index.js. Let's come back to this file and now let's see what exactly do we want to do. So basically, emitting a socket dot ready, right? And then we are joining that thing, right? And then one thing that we should do is that how to read broadcast. So basically, I mean, let's just try to understand first how, socket.io works, right? So basically, I mean, the one thing that happens is that, when you create a room, right? Let's say this is a room, right? This is a room, right? So we talked about how socket.io works on top of it, right? Now when someone joins it, right? Let someone joins it, right? So what the socket does is that as soon as someone joins it, what you can do is you can broadcast something, right? There's something known as a broadcast. Right. So there's something known as a broadcast, and then as soon as the server broadcasts something to the socket for a particular room, right, that you've entered, that this client and this client has entered, right, as soon as this client has entered a room, and the server, broadcasts something to this room that they have entered, this server is going to send the message to both the people. Right. So this is something that we want to achieve in our functionality. Right. We want to you know uh, generate broadcast, and then we want to listen to those broadcast in the room that we have created, right? So let's first focus on generating the broadcast that is there. The client, I think, has joined the room. Generating. So something like this, socket.broadcast.emit, and then hi, right? So what I'm going to do is we are going to create another like handler, socket.on. Right here, I mean, we saw in one of the links, I think we saw that there was someone doing something specific, right? I think it was here. Right, so here you can see in the official documentation of this, what they have done is they are doing this, server side emit ping, and then, doing something, and then IO on ping, and then they're doing something, right? So we have want to do something similar, right? In context of like broadcasting, you want to do an IO on connection, right? So as soon as someone connects and sends a message, you want to broadcast the message, right? So we first want to create a specific listener, right, which says send, right, and then function, and then we are going to call the room ID inside it, right? So this is socket.onSend, right? And on socket.send, what we want to do is we want to broadcast it to the socket, right? So socket.broadcast dot and then we want to broadcast it to a specific room. So broadcast to specific room socket. So I mean this diagram kind of depicts, you know, the this diagram kind of depicts, the thing of how, sockets work. You can see that there's a server, and inside server, different people have different sockets, right? I am socket A, let's say you are socket B, right? And both of our sockets are inside the same room, right? And these sockets are connected to a client, right? So you can join and leave, right? Socket dot join and some room, right? So this is exactly what we are doing. Socket dot join and then room ID, right? And then you can do an IO dot to and then some room and then emit. So here we can simply do an IO dot to, right? And then I can do the room ID as long as I'm receiving the room ID, and then I can do dot emit, right, which is going to emit a message, and then whatever the message was. So apart from room ID, I'm also going to receive, the name of the user who sent the message and the message that was sent, right? So here I'm going to emit the here I'm going to emit the message that was there, right? User ID, socket dot join and then user ID. So they have this Redis adapter as well, which we don't need. Okay, so socket.on send, and then we are passing on the room ID name and message, and then we are doing io.to, and then the room ID to which we are sending the message, and then we are emitting the name and the message that the user has sent, right? Uh, we need to create a JavaScript file, I guess. The f- um, Okay, so the first thing, I mean, let's just the only reason why we are getting confused right now is that we are not writing down the steps that we are doing, right? So, I mean, the basics of learn by doing is something that I wasn't following myself. One of the reasons why I myself was feeling confused with all of this. So let's switch back to our basics. Right, and let's start writing what we want to do. Right, so the first thing that we want to do, right, I mean, we have built the chat application, right? We built the home page. You enter your name, you enter your room ID. If you don't enter a room ID, you get moved to a random room ID and things like that, right? So all of that is done. You created the chat page. Now the first thing that you want to do is, as soon as a user enters the chat page, create their socket. So as soon as the user joins the room, you need to, you know, yeah. So here, I mean, what we are doing is io.sockets.emit. We are creating the room ID, right? So we first need to create their socket, right? So as soon as the user enters the chat page, create their socket, right? So that's one thing, because each and every user is a different socket here, right? Each and every user is a different socket here, right? So as soon as a user enters the chat page, create their socket. That's one thing, right? Now moving on to the second thing that we want to do, join their socket to a room. Right. Join that second socket to a room. So whatever socket that is generated for the user, we want to join it to that room. Right. The third thing that we want to do is s- like emit a message saying user has joined the room. Pretty basic stuff, right? We are telling everyone who is in that room that this person has joined the room, right? That is emitting the message or broadcasting the message to the entire room or stuff like that. We'll see how we are going to do that, right? So that's one. Now the fourth thing that we want to do is that handle when a user sends a message. So if I am sending a message, I need to handle that on the server, right? And then the last thing that we want to do is handle when a user receives a message. Right. So these are the only five things that we want to do. As soon as a user enters the chat page, create their socket, join their socket to a room, right? Emit the message saying that this user has joined the room, and then handle when a user sends a message, and then handle when a user receives a message. As simple as that, right? This is all that we need to do, right? And again, what I'm going to do is let's take another short break, 5 minutes, 6 minutes at max, right? And let's come back to this. Let's go through these points and let's code it together, right? Let's code it together, and then let's get done with it. And then I mean I'm going to like give you a little introduction of WebRTC as well, right? Which is something that we are going to implement to extend this application into a video chat application of some sort. It is going to be a little bit complicated, and we are not going to do it in this stream, but in the next stream we are going to implement this. Let's take a short break and then come back and then finish this project, right? Am I audible now? Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible now? Is my voice audible right now? Okay, okay, I'm audible. Okay, so let's just revisit what we were doing, right? So as soon as a user enters the chat page, we got rid of all the socket code that we wrote, right? Let's start it from scratch. The only mistake that we were making was that we didn't write down what we wanted to do step by step, right? So that is one of the most important facts of, learn by doing, right? Even for, professionals, or even for me, right? It is important that I write down what I want to do in order to, do it. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it, right? So now we got back to our basics and we have written down what we wanted to do, right? And I mean, again, I mean, if I let's say go into my localhost 3000, I enter my name, right? And I submit this, right? I come back to this page, right? Now let's take a look at, the basics that are there, right? So the first step is as soon as the user enters the chat page, create their socket, right? So now I mean, in the flow that we saw above, right? In this flow that we saw above, this is a user, right? This is a user and they're using the client, which means that they are using this, right? And then the server that they are accessing is common, right? So if I want to create their socket, if I want to create their socket objects, it is something that I need to do on the client side, right? Because each and every user is going to have a socket of their own, right? Each and every user is going to have their own socket, right? So I need to create these sockets on the client side, right? So let's start with the very first step. As soon as the user enters the chat page, create their socket, right? So if I go back to the code, this is my chat.ejs. In my static I am creating this chat.js. So let's create a new file called chat.js. Right, this is my new file. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to like create a socket on my client side as well. Right. So I'm going to see the socket.io cdn js. Right. Something like that. So I just want to get a CDN for my socket.io. I'm going to copy this script tag and I'm going to add this in my chat.ejs, with all this. Right, so this is my CDN for my socket.io, right? And now in my chat.js, I want to create a socket. So client socket create a socket JS. Okay, so going through this, they are giving us a lot of backend stuff, but we want to create the socket in the front end, right? So here, I mean, they have said that I can simply create a socket like this. Variable socket is equal to socket dot matlab IO and then the brackets, right? Something like that. So let's do that. Let's say that we have a socket which is IO and then this, right? Something like this, right? So I've created a socket now. Let's just like quickly, check our console if it is throwing us an error. And we can see that it is not throwing us any error at this point. It is giving us this error. Let's just see what this error is in a while. So I think it is something related to cross origin or something. But one more thing that could be there is that we don't have a an io.on connection here. io.on. So let's just add that io.on connection. And this io.on connection was there available in our this documentation as well. Right, so server.on, for in our case it is socket.on, right? So socket.on connection, and then after connection we are going to pass a socket to it because this is a socket, and then this is something that we are doing, right? Let's restart the server, and going into our front end, let's reload this, right? So here in our console again, this time we are getting the error, this thing. Let's just see what this error means, right? Let me just reduce the size of this a little bit, and it says that get not found, right? Let's just copy this and see what this means. Cannot get socket.io, right? So cannot get socket.io and then express something, right? Can't get socket.io.js, something like that, right? So this is what is like happening right now. So it says that here, it says that so instead of having socket.io listen to express app instance, it should listen to what app.listen returns, which happens in HTTP server instance. So they're requiring the express, they're creating the app just like us, right? Then they are creating a server which says app.listen and then port, and then IO is server and then socket.io. Require socket.io and then dot listen and then server, right? So this server is being used to first like new server, which is IO in our case, and this server is app.listen. Let's just see what that means. Okay, so this looks like a cleaner answer compared to that const express. Then we creating the app. Then this body parser is something that let's just remove it from here because it is causing confusion. And let's just add it here. All the code for body parser. So we are first creating the application for express app, right? Let's just organize the code. Then we are creating the HTTP server, which is here, right? HTTP is equal to HTTP server, and then server is your HTTP dot create server. Okay, so it is basically not able to find the this thing. Let's just revert all the changes back. Right, so this was our code. It is basically not able to fetch the IO. So create socket with CDN, right? Something like that from CDN, right? So the way to create socket is that you create a variable socket IO and then HTTP localhost. And I think one thing that we can change here is that instead of having the socket.io here, I can just, add it in my that thing as well, because currently it is not able to, create the client side of the uh, basically it is not able to find the like the client socket for some reason. So now if I go to my console, then you can see that I'm not getting that error anymore. It has still given me a syntax error, but it is getting created, right? The socket is getting created. Maybe I should have included the script not here, but in my chat.ejs somewhere here. Let's try it here. Okay, so now we are getting the same error again. Let's just go back to IO is not defined. Okay, so IO needs to be defined here. So it says that there's a syntax error of some sort. Maybe I'm doing it a bit wrong. As long as the version of your client you're using is the same as what you're using on this, it should not be a problem of serving it from CDN. Let's just check out some other link. Let's just check the URL if there's anything on this in the first place. Okay, so this is socket v6.1 and in our package.json here this is 4.6.1, right? So we are using the same version on the client as well as the server. We're just not able to connect it on the server side, on the client side. What works on this thing? All this is- Create socket with CDN. Net dot create server socket and then socket dot end something. We don't need this. Um, new net dot socket. Again, this is something that we don't need. It's just a very silly mistake somewhere in the code. I'm not sure exactly where. Maybe one of these answers were saying that I can host it from the backend as well. So maybe we can try doing that. It said socket.io not found 404. So basically we are facing issues in trying to connect our client with the socket, right? And most probably it's a very small issue somewhere. Um, uh, Maybe in my chat.js I should add a path here. Maybe that might work. And in my index.js or my chat.ejs, let me comment this line and see what happens. It says that IO is not defined. Okay, let's uncomment this and then see if IO is defined. Okay, so now it is giving this 404 not found. It says that socket.io, it's not able to find the socket.io in the code. Maybe one thing that we can do is that instead of like writing this entire script here, maybe I can just simply serve it not from the CDN but from the server itself. Uh, so something like socket.io and then socket.io.js. 404 not found. So I just need to like host my socket.io.js um, from my server into this application, right? Um, it says IO is not defined. So hosting socket.io in Express, this is what we need. We need to host our socket.io. Okay, this is sorted. Let's just check our index.js. So we are importing Express, and then doing all this, we are creating HTTP server, right? And then we are requiring socket.io. Where is our socket.io? So we are requiring our socket.io here in the server, and once this IO is required, we need to it is basically giving this to this HTTP here, right? But in our case, I'm not sure. Although I mean it is doing the same thing. So even here, these guys are doing this slash socket.io and then socket.io.js. But in here, basically they are doing this http.listen. Is that the issue? Hey, please don't tell me that was the issue, man. http.listen and then let's just see what they are doing in the blog, right? So they are creating this app called Express, right? Then they have this http, right? They have this Express and then they have an http. Okay, so we also require http, right? We require http in the create server and then they are calling dot server and then app, right? So we are also calling this dot server and then they are basically creating their IO with the HTTP server, right? Just like we are doing. So what exactly is the issue is something. It says that there shouldn't be a server here. Okay. HTTP server, sorry, HTTP server would be it in our case. Okay, now it is listening to it. If I refresh this now, finally our client is connected, right? So our client is connected now. Such a silly mistake, man. Okay, so coming back to our this thing. So our client is connected, right? As soon as a user enters the chat page, create a socket. So we are creating a socket now, right? We are creating a socket on the client side, right? So again, I mean, let's just go through this code. I know this has gotten confusing, right? Let's just go through this code, right? Let's just, you know, comment all of this, right? So first we are importing the express, right? We are importing the express, right? And then once this express is imported, we are creating an app with this express, right? So let's move it on the top here, right? We are creating the an app with the express, right? And now let's check where this app is being used, right? So it is used in creating an HTTP server, right? And in order to do that, we are basically creating a server, right? So we are importing the HTTP server now. Const and then create server require HTTP, right? And with this HTTP, we are creating our HTTP server, right? Is this much clear? Right. We first imported Express, then we created an app with the Express, right? And then we, imported the HTTP and we created an HTTP server for the Express application, right? This is pretty straightforward stuff, right? Then, I mean, just to be able to, uh, parse the body that we are receiving in a post request, right? We have this code, right? This much code is there just for us to be able to, you know, uh, parse the body as we want it to, right? And similarly, I mean, we are also, using these, right? We are using these to map our view engine to EJS because we are using EJS in our use case, and then slash static, which is, setting the public directory as the static directory, right? This much is sorted, right? Then we are then importing socket.io, right? So this socket.io is getting imported and using the HTTP server, right? Using the HTTP server that we created, we are creating a server for the sockets that is there, right? This is all that is happening. Then we import a UUID. This is simply to create, random room IDs for our code. This is for the port, right? Then this is for the index.ejs page in which we enter our name, we enter our room ID and things like that. We have this function to generate a room ID if in case a user wants to create a new room ID, right? And this is a simple page that generates the chat for the user, right? And then I mean, this is the code that is listening, that is running the server, right? So this much is clear, right? There's no confusion here, right? Yeah, so this much is clear. Right, now moving forward, now we created this index.ejs, right? We created this index.ejs, which is a simple, HTML page that, takes your name as well as your room ID and things like that. And going forward, moving forward, we created a chat.ejs, right? Which simply renders the chat page where you can, see the messages and do stuff, right? So this was all very static stuff. Now comes the socket.io part, right, where we want to start implementing the sockets that are there, right? So in order to do that, each and every user is a socket here, right? So we have to create a socket on the client side for each and every user, right? So this is our client side here. This is the front end client side that is there, right? And here we simply created a socket for each and every user. So this stat.js, this is simply creating a socket for each and every user, right? Now the next thing that we want to do is join the socket to a room, right? So the next thing that we want to do is join the socket to a room, right? Now in order to do this joining of the room, what we can do is I'm going to call a simple, document.ready stuff. So document is basically your entire HTML document, and I'm saying that as soon as it is ready, right? This is some jQuery that I'm writing here. So I'm saying that as soon as your document, your entire HTML document is ready, right? Then I need a function which is going to emit a message to my socket, right? So I'm going to do a socket.emit. Right. So I'm emitting a message, right? And this emit is going to be, something like join room. So basically, I'm making the client join the room. And two things that I need here in order to do this is that I want to create two variables here, right? Let this there's going to be the name of the user, right? As well as there's going to be the room ID of the user, right? So these are the two things. Now, as soon as the document is ready, I want to first populate the name and the room ID of the user. Let's comment this line for now. So I want to populate the name and the room ID of the user, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a let name, or not let, I'm just going to do a name is equal to, and then I'm going to try to fetch the values from the query, right? So fetch arguments from URL JS, right? Something like that. And I think, I mean, since we have resolved most of the errors that we were facing with socket.io, and we finally were able to connect our socket client, right? Now I think it's only a matter of 10-15 minutes where we are going to wrap up this project, right? So you basically have to create a URL parameters window.location.search, right? Whatever query string you get is this one, right? So we are first going to get a query string, right? Const query string is equal to window.location.search. It is most probably going to be the URL, the query that is there of the URL, some everything from question mark to after it, right? Then you can do this thing. Right. So const URL params, this is going to create URL parameters from the query that was there. Right. So again, we discussed that this is one parameter product, right, which is shirt. And then you have this ampersand, which is and, which separates one key value pair from another. Then you have another key value pair, color is equal to blue. Then again a separator, and then new user and new user, right, and size is equal to m, right? This query parameter, they have this bug, this new user, I'm not sure what exactly is this, right? But this new user is an empty string basically. So it was just a key, but since there was no equal to sign, there was no value to it. So this is an empty stuff, right? So you have this window.location.search, right? And then you create this, and then simply, I mean, you can just do URL params.get, right? So our name is going to be URL params.get, and then name, right? And this name is going to be this thing, right? And then we are going to have a room ID, which is going to be URL params.get, and then basically the parameter room ID, right? And I think I need to give them some value of empty strings right now, something like that. Not sure why this name is still like this. Am I making an error? Name is deprecated. Name is my variable, man. Okay, so let's just console.log these things. Console.log name, and then console.log room ID. Right, so I'm just console.logging these two things, going to inspect it, going to check in my console if they're coming up. I can see that Apoorv and this is coming up, right? So this much is sorted. Now I want to emit a message to my socket, right? So if in order to, the clients are going to emit the message, right? We are going to emit a trigger that is there, right? So socket.emit, I'm basically emitting a message to the server, right? Since I'm emitting it from the client, right? And this join room is the trigger. This is the event that is happening, right? And in this event, I'm going to send, multiple things uh, to the user, right? So So basically, I'm going to send the name of the user, right? I need to send the name and need to send the room ID, right? I need to send these two things, right? So socket.emit and then join room is the trigger and then name and room ID, right? Now coming back to our backend, right? This is our backend. Let's uncomment this code io.on, right? So we're saying that io.on connection. This means that as soon as the client or your web page establishes a connection with your server, right? So this connection is established. Now that what we are going to do is we are going to do an io.on, and this time this io.on is going to contain a trigger that is there. So our next step here was to join the socket to a room, right? So the trigger that we created for that was join hyphen room, right? So I'm going to do a join hyphen room, right? And it is going to take two things. It is going to take the name and it is going to take the room ID, right? So it takes these two things, name and room ID, right? And then I can write my function, right? So the first thing that I want to do is I want to basically join this to my room. So one way to let's just see how to do that, right? Socket join room, right? Something like that. Socket dot join and then room, as simple as that, right? So I can simply do a socket dot join and then pass my room ID, right? Because this is the room that I'm joining, right? And then, I mean, since my room ID is joined, so join the socket to a room. This is done, right? Now the third thing is emit a message saying user has joined the room, right? So now I need to emit a message. Now this server, right? This server first received an event join room in which it join the socket that it received. It basically joined it to a specific room ID, right? And then the next thing that we want to do is we want to do io.to, right? And then we want to send a message to the room ID, right? So we are going to io.to room ID, right? Which says that I want to send a message to a specific room ID, and then I want to emit a message saying that a user has connected, right? So I'm going to make this particular trigger called user connected, right? And in user connected, I'm again going to send the name of the user, right? And just the name of the user, because now I just want the name of the user, right? So similarly, I mean, here you can see that I created this io.on connection and then io.on join room, right? So this io.connect on connection means that as soon as a client connects to the server, right, and it is going to receive a socket of the client, that client, right, then io.on join room. So as soon as the client emits an event which says join room, it is going to send two variables, name and room ID. It is something that we are doing here, right? It is something that we are doing here. Socket.emit. We are emitting a message to the server and we are emitting on the trigger join room and we are sending two things, name and room ID, right? So it receives the name and room ID and then you do the socket.join room ID. So you join this socket to the specific room ID, right? And then you do an io.to room id dot emit. So now the server is emitting a message, right, to a specific room id. It is emitting a message and it is sending the name, right? So just like you had an emit message here, right, and then you emit like handled the emit message on the server. This time you have an emit message from the server, so you need to handle this emit message from the client, right? So we are going to handle this on the client, right? Here what we are going to do is we are going to do a socket dot on, right? And then what was the message that was emitting? It was user connected, right? So when socket dot on user connected, when server sends a user connected message to you, right, it is going to contain a name, right? And you can simply console dot log the name of it, right? You can simply console dot log the name that is there, right? So console dot log name. And what I'm going to do is now, coming back to my code, right? I know my name is Apoorv, right? So this time it should console.log the name of the user, right? Let's remove these console.logs here. So in our chat.js, we just have one console.log right now, right? Let me close the server and let me reload this. Now, once I reload this, I just need to see one output, right? I reload this and I see that this is not coming up. So maybe there's a bug in the code somewhere, right? So again, let's try to debug this. Let's try to see what exactly is happening. As soon as this is created, it should call the join room and then room ID, something like that. Right, so let's just see if this is happening or not. Right, let's just see if in the console you are getting the yeah, on the server you are getting the name and the room ID or not. If that is triggering or not. Right, so console.log name and then console.log your room ID, whatever it is. Right. So now if I need to restart the server. Right. But now if I refresh this on the server, it is not sending a socket right now, so we just need to see like how to basically you know emit a message. Basically I think that I need to check if this is working or not. Console.log socket, right? So now if I come back here and if I like close the server and reload this, then the socket is coming up, right? So the socket is getting connected, right? And again, I mean, just to show you, if I close the server and if I do this node index.js, nothing has happened right now, right? But as soon as I reload this, I can see that this is getting printed, right? The socket is getting logged on the console, right? So the code is working up until the io.on connection, but as soon as I'm doing the IO dot on join room, then it is not working for some reason, right? So console dot and then log, and then we should check the name again, just the name, right? Let's refresh this and let's reload this. Okay, join room, and then so basically we need to emit something from the socket, right? Socket dot emit not working. This is exactly what we're happening, right? On request new map or something, and this is the client socket dot on response new map, and then socket dot emit response new map. Okay, so one basic mistake that we were doing was that instead of io dot on, since I mean I'm sending the socket, you need to do the socket dot on here, right? So socket dot on. Right, this is very important. So this was a basic mistake. Here the connection was establishing with socket.io, but now we are dealing with a single socket right now. Right. So this was the basic issue. Now if I run the server again, I'm just console.logging the name here. right, on the server. And on chat.js, I'm again console.logging the name. So I should see one name on the browser and one on the console, right? I refresh this and I can see that you're receiving the name here. It is a bit lame. And you can see that Apurv is coming up here, right? So the server side name is coming up fine, right? And here, instead of this name, I should have just written name and it would have been fine, right? But more or less, we know that now our socket is working, right? So a user has connected, right? A user has connected in our case, right? And we need to, emit a message for this particular user. We need to tell, the people who are already in the room that a user has connected into the chat, right? So let's do that with some jQuery here, right? In the chat.ejs, you would see that I gave this a specific chat like ID called chat area, right? So in the chat.js, let's do one thing. Let's create an HTML, right? So I'm going to say let HTML is equal to, and then with backticks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply, create a div class, and then I'm going to add a row, right? And then I'm going to add a closing div as well. I'm going to add a div class and then a call 12, call md12, and then call lg12, right? And I'll close this div again, and then I'm going to use my again dollar and then curly braces. Since I'm using backtick, I can, manipulate my strings and insert variables into it. And I can say name just joined the room. Right, so whatever the name is, just join the room. Right, so this is a simple thing. Right, now if I save this, and again, I mean, this is the HTML that I've created. So one thing that I want to do is I want to now add this HTML into my insert this HTML into my document that is there. This comes under the DOM manipulation part. Right, so I want to do some DOM manipulation. Now this is the container that I want to insert that message into. Right, so what I can do is I can simply just select the container first with jQuery hashtag, and then whatever the name was, chat, and then area. Right, this was the selector for the container, so chat area, right? And then I can do an append, right? Because I'm appending into it, I'm inserting into it, right? So append is a function to add something inside an element in jQuery, right? And then I can append the HTML here, as simple as that, right? I add the semicolon, I save this, I kill my server, run it again, and here now if I refresh this, it says Apurv just joined the room. Right. Now, I mean, I would like to quickly like test this thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to surf this application on a URL, and I'm going to send you the link to that URL, and I want you to, enter some name, enter my room ID and join it. Right. Let's just see, I mean, if it works or not, right? Ngrok HTTP 3000. Don't worry about this ngrok, what this is and stuff like that. It is just something through which I can host my local host into an HTTPS URL, right? So it is a tool. Um, Let me just open the live stream and subscriber mode only. Okay, so let's open it here. Okay, and I'm entering the URL here. Now this is the URL that I've just like added. Wait, I'm going to send you the room ID as well because you need to enter the room ID that I am in so that we see the things, right? So this is the room ID as well. Now, can you guys like just open this link and enter that room ID along with your name? I just want to see if, I mean, uh, it is working or not. If you guys enter the URL and then enter this room ID along with your name, boss just joined the room. Okay, so I guess it is working. Can someone else join it? You cannot copy the room ID. Okay, I mean, boss just joined the room, so I guess it is working fine. I wanted to see if multiple people can join the same room or not, but we'll have plenty of time to test that. It says Tanmay also just joined the room, but that for some reason, Hello Apurv just joined the room. Okay, so I guess the sockets are more or less, not, as efficient as they should be because we are not getting all the messages that are here. I can see that a lot of people joined Apurv, Boss, Tanmay, Hello Apurv, and Arjun, but I mean, we only got a few messages on the room. I just need to see if I added multiple console.log in my index.js. Okay, so just one console.log. No worries, no worries, no worries. Let's move on with the application for now. Okay, so we are able to display this message, right? We're able to display this message where emit a message saying that user has joined the room. So this is working, right? Now the next thing is to handle when a user sends a message, right? So it is pretty straightforward now from here on. We just need to handle when a user sends a message, right? So again, I mean, for this particular use case, what you can do is you can create a listener for the button that is there, right? Our buttons class was send hyphen message, right? So you can just do a dot send message and you can do a dot click, right? So I mean, as soon as someone clicks on it, you shoot a function, right? And you say that let message is equal to, and then let's select the input field that was there. For in our case, the input field was hashtag chat message. So hashtag chat message dot value, right? And let's just see if the message has any value or not. If message is equal to empty, right, then do nothing, and else uh, I need to emit it to the socket, right? So socket dot emit, and then message is again a listener that I'm creating, and then the name of the user who sent the message and the message that they sent, and the room ID and the message that they sent. Right. So this is something that we want to do. Now, similarly, since we are emitting it from the client, we want to handle it on the backend. Right. So again, we go on to the index.js, and again, we are going to say that socket.on and then message. Right. So socket.on message. If as soon as someone sends the message, we are going to receive three things: name, room ID, and the message that was sent. Right. And then, I mean, the next thing is that io.2.to and then room ID, right, dot emit. And we are emitting a message saying s- receive message, right, something like that. So this is emitting a receive message that you have just received a message, right? So receive message, and with receive message we are going to send the name, we are going to send the message that was there, right? So these things, right? And similarly, now we want to create a handler for the receive message, right? Who sent the message and what was the message, right? So again, I mean, we are going to again have a socket dot on here. So socket dot on, and then this time it is receive message, right? And it is going to have two things. One is the name and username, right? So let's keeping it a bit different. Name, here also it should have been username because this name variable already exists, right, on the global scope. So we don't want to clash with that. but instead we want to use the username here, right? And username, and then it is going to receive the message that is there. And similarly, we are going to again create an HTML. So let HTML is equal to, and then backtick, and then again you do a div class, and then row, and then you can again do a div class, and then call 12, call md12, call lg12, right? And then again you can do a, basically this time in the dollar, you can do a, you can basically, check if the username is whatever, right? So you can do a username, and then after username you can do a this, write a colon that who was it. I'm basically just checking if the message was sent by me or someone else, right? So username question mark and then name. Let's just say that here I can say if name not equal to user name, then I can send this HTML, right? And here in the dollar function you can basically say that whatever the username of the person is, they sent this message, right? Something like that. So now this time it will work. And when you are sending a message, again when you are sending a message, you need to display it in your client at least, right? So you need to display it in your client at least, because when you're receiving a message, if you were the one who sent the message, then it will not do this thing, right? It will not do the uh, chat area dot append and then HTML, right? It will not do this. Right. But in case you are the one sending the message, then you can just, after emitting it, you can just display it on your thing, right? So let HTML and then class row this, and instead of this, you can just write me, right, for yourself, me, and then whatever the message was, whatever the message is, just display the message on your screen, right? And this will be displayed for in someone else's thing, right? So let's just quickly test this as well, see if there are any bugs. I'm going to again do a node index.js, right? And in the node index.js, what I'm going to do is, okay, so the server is running. Now let me just create a new room this time, right? So let's refresh this. Right, I'm going to enter my name, Apurv. Right, I'm going to submit this. I just came inside a room. Right, this room ID, instead of like saving it, instead of sending it in the YouTube chat, I'm going to send it in the general of Discord this time. So from there, you guys can copy it, and you guys can join the room, and we can chat together. Let's see if this works or not this time. I've sent the link. The link is the same, the one that I sent on the chat for NGRock. I'm again going to send it on this one as well. And inside that, with your room, enter the room ID that I just sent on Discord. Right, I've sent the messages on general. Arjun just joined the room. Arjun, did you receive my message? I received your hey testing 1 2 3 and stuff. Okay, so one thing, a few things that we can do is that as soon as I send the message, you can clear this input field, right? That is one thing that you can do. And as soon as you press enter, it should send the message, right? So that it gives you the vibe of a chat application. So let's quickly do those things as well. Let's quickly make some changes in the code. So as soon as you're emitting the message, as soon as you're sending the message, right? What I can do is I can simply do this like this thing again, like this chat message, and I can make this chat message to be empty, right? So this will clear the chat message. And one more thing is that when you are when basically we need to add one more, you know this listener, right? So this listener is going to be again for the chat message only, or I think we have already created this. Not that one. Okay, so chat message hashtag chat message dot submit on enter key JavaScript, right? So we basically need to create a trigger for this. And so on key down, right? So basically we need to add an on key down there. So key down, right? The key down function is going to be that if, okay, so function is also going to take an e, right, which is the event that happened. And we are going to say that event dot key code, if the event dot key code is equal to 13, right, then we need to call this function send message dot click, right? Send message dot click, as simple as that, right? So now our chat application is more or less ready. I am going to refresh this, and now if I type something, hi guys, and press enter. Okay, so it still doesn't work. Maybe I need to. Okay, so once I send it, if I do a testing and then do this, then it happens. But this chat message dot key down, and then let's just add a debugger here for now, right? Let's just add a debugger. So I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to say hi guys, and I press enter. So I think this key down is not a this thing, a function. I might have dot key down is not a function. Okay, because it should have been a lower d. My bad. Okay, so now it is working. Let's get rid of the debugger. Right, let's refresh this. And I'm going to do a hi guys. How are you doing? Pretty nice, right? So again, I mean, can a few of you guys join the chat and just test this with me? It is fixed. I mean, I've added the key down, and I mean, I've cleared the messaging area as soon as it happens. Just refresh it and you guys would join again. Okay, doing great. That's nice. Can you read my messages? Now, I mean, for users and stuff, you can, add login, you can do multiple things and stuff like that. What I would like to do is, I mean, in the next stream, I would like to continue this application and, add a video chat feature as well. So I mean, that is going to add a different layer to this, and it is going to add WebRTC, which is going to be peer-to-peer based and stuff like that. So it is going to make this project pretty interesting. Today, I mean, the only reason why we got stuck with so many things was that we didn't write down these steps, right? So it is pretty important step of learn by doing. You need to write down the steps, that you want to do, and only then, your development time would reduce and you'd be quick with your development and things like that, right? So do that, and I mean, eventually, you'll start improving and you'll start seeing better results. So I guess if any one of you, whatever we built today, if any one of you, is still confused about something, or if you have any doubts, the live chat is open. Feel free to ask me questions right now, and I'll make sure that I address them about this code, right? If any of you have any questions. Why refreshing rejoins the room? Well, basically, I mean, I've added the document.ready, right? So, I mean, if you look at this JavaScript for this chat.ejs, I've done this, document.ready. So, as soon as your HTML document gets ready, now when you refresh a page, your HTML document gets ready again, right? So that's why, I mean, it is happening. Now, to tackle this, what we can do is we can, add this socket object, maybe save this socket object as a cookie or something like that, and check every time the page reloads if there's already a socket object that exists and things like that. Am I doing something wrong? I went to the link and put in the name and room code and messaged and nothing happened. I mean, it looks like you're doing everything right. I'm not sure why exactly anything didn't happen. It could be that I killed the server in the middle. So maybe that you coincided with that. If you try now, then it should work because the server is running, and it says that Arjun just joined the chat. So that was the last message. NGRock is nothing. I mean, NGRock, if you go to NGRock, this is their official website. Now, many a times what happens is that I mean, let's say two developers are working. There's a backend developer and there's a front end developer working on the same thing, and the backend developer is creating all these APIs and the front end developer wants to integrate them. So the backend developer, cannot, keep uploading all the things that he does, every single minute change that he does and things like that. So, and I mean, your backend server is running on your local host, right? So what ngrok does is that if, let's say, our application is running on port number 3000, right? Then I can simply type, I mean, downloads, in my downloads, you can see that I have this ngrok downloaded, right? So simply downloaded it from here. You can download it ngrok.com and then download whatever you want to. After downloading it, you need to configure it. So you need to add your authentication keys and stuff like that. Authentication keys, again, you can sign up or log in and you can generate your own authentication keys. And once you do, then I mean, all you have to do is you need to type ngrok, then you need to type that it is an HTTP server, and then you need to type the port, like what is the port that your application is running on local host. And once you do that, once I do an ngrok and then HTTP and then 3000 in my case, because uh, because my application is running on port 3000, right? It is running on port 3000. So as soon as I do ngrok http 3000, then it generates a link here. It generates a link here where this is my web interface, this is my http 127. So currently, I mean, the ngrok is running on here, and it has given me an https link that I can now share with people who don't have access to my local host, but my system is now acting as a server. Right. So I mean that is ngrok for you. You can't see other messages, just yours. Uh, Maybe the room ID is wrong. Can you share your room ID, whatever room ID it is? I'll try to get into that. Maybe you can send your room ID on Discord and I'll take it from there on my ngrok link. Does anyone else have any doubt about the code that we have written today? I mean, just today, like the code that we have written today. Uh, just for the sake of it, again, I'm going to walk through it, right? So we first created an Express app, then we created an HTTP TP server. We used the body parser to, parse the responses that we're getting from the server. We, set some static and view engines for our application. We created an socket.io server, right? And then we, imported this to create unique IDs for our room. We simply rendered our index.ejs where we are taking the name and room ID. If the room ID is not available, we are providing with a room ID. Then we are redirecting them to the like the chat page, right? And on the chat page then if you go into the chat.js, then as soon as you open the chat page, you're first creating a socket for the client, right? Then you're waiting for the document to get ready. You're basically fetching the values of the name and the room ID from the URL that was there, right? And then you're doing a socket.emit, so you're emitting a join room message from the client to the server, right? And passing it the name and room ID, right? Once the connection is established with the socket, you're basically listening to the join room on the server, and as soon as someone joins, as soon as this basically emits from any of the client, then you're first joining that particular socket to the room ID that you created. Then you're basically emitting a user connected from the server to all the to basically you're emitting this message to the room that a user connected, right? So all the people who are there in that room, all the sockets that are there in the room, all the sockets that joined that room, right, are going to receive this user connected, right? And as soon as they receive this user connected, you're generating an HTML saying that user just joined the room, and you are appending it so everyone sees this, right? And then you created a send message, right? A click function on send message button, right? As soon as someone clicks it, then you are basically emitting a message, sending the name, room ID, and message to the server that okay, this client just emitted a message. This is the name of the client, this is the room ID that the client is in, and this is the message that they sent, right? And then there you are displaying that message to the client itself, saying that I sent this message, right? And you're emptying the input, right? Coming back to the code here, you are listening to any message, and if a user receives a message, then you're obviously getting this name, room ID, and message, and then you are doing an IO.to room ID. So basically, whatever the room, the like whatever sockets are there in that room, you're emitting a receive message to them, sending the name and the message, right? So the clients, the sockets that were connected to that room, they are going to receive that message, right? And you're handling that by checking if I was the one who sent the message or not. If I was not the one, then you're just displaying the message, right? As simple as that. It got like very confusing in the middle, but I think now it makes sense, right? When everything is done. No, 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 no. You don't have to install the ngrok. So the beauty of ngrok is that you don't need it. I have installed ngrok in my system. I am running my server through ngrok. I just generated an ngrok link. I shared it with you guys. You don't have to have ngrok. It is just going. This website is going to work just like any other website on your device with that link. So I'm not sure why exactly it is not working for Varun. Little bit confused on why we use template engine EJS, right? So one of the reasons why we usually use template engines is that sometimes we need to pass variables to the front end, right? If let's say that I'll just quickly like give a very short example, right? So I mean just a very short example. Right. If let's say that I wanted in my index.js right here, if let's say that when I'm doing this pages.chat, right, I want to send a you know a variable to the user, right? I want to send a variable to the user in here, right? So I can simply add some curly braces. Basically, I'll just show you. So EJS express send variable to EJS. Right, so you can say that when you're doing this response dot render, you're first defining the page that you want to render, and then you are passing an object saying what is the name of the variable and then what was the value of the variable, right? And then in your EJS, you can basically access that variable with this syntax, right? So anywhere in my code, if I would have passed a variable and I would have used this, right, then I could have used my variable there. So rather yeah, like instead of your basic HTML CSS, you cannot use variables in that, right? So template engines, the main reason why template engines are used is that so that you can pass variables to your front end, right? So that is one of the main reasons, and one of the like other features of EJS is that in EJS you can basically create loops as well, right? So like you can simply do for variable in this, right? You can create loops, you can create conditionals and stuff like that, right? So here in this example, inside the table they basically have a data, and for data they are simply creating a loop in the front end, right? So this was only possible because they were using this EJS template engine. But instead of this, if they were using plain HTML and stuff, then they would have had to write each and every TD one by one on their own, right? So you can loop around it, you can use the basic programming things like conditionals, like functions, like loops, like variables and stuff like that in your static HTML with the help of template engines. So that is one of the main reasons why template engines are used. I thought that template engines might be used in this project as well, but it didn't happen. I think Varun, you are facing some network errors because if you didn't get the mobile layout, but instead you got the desktop layout, then that means that the Bootstrap CDN is not loading. And if the Bootstrap CDN is not loading, then that means that there's some sort of there's some sort of network error that is happening. Maybe the internet is slow, or maybe YouTube is taking a lot of internet bandwidth, so your browser is not working properly or stuff like that. In any way scenario, I mean, in the next live stream that I'm going to do, we are going to convert this application into an a chat application, right? So I'm going to upload this code on GitHub as well before that stream, so that anyone who joins from that stream can, continue from where we left in this stream. And yeah, yeah, that's there. So I think since the project is built, and I guess you guys have no other doubts. Yeah, since the project is built and you guys don't have any doubts, I think let's end this stream right now. Right, I mean it has been it's 2 a.m. already. I need to wake up early in the morning tomorrow to I have a meeting. So I think let's just end this stream for now, and I'll I'll try to do a stream next weekend as well. Some of you have been wondering about the tutorials and the bootstrap videos and the front end bootcamp and stuff like that. So uh, I'll try to upload a video this week, but the thing is that the place I'm working at, they have a launch on 31st March, which is coming Friday, and due to that launch, things are a bit hectic. I mean, I'm not finding as much time as I would want, right? So I mean, post that launch, once the 31st March date is completed, I would be relatively a lot free, and I'm also working on a content pipeline as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a a roadmap or a pipeline or a like a schedule of the content that I want to post and what would be the frequency and things like that. So things would be a lot more consistent because now, since I've joined a startup, then I mean I have to organize my time according to that, so it's no more like I'm working at my own time and stuff like that, because it's a startup. And I really enjoy working at startups because I mean it involves building something from scratch and stuff like that. So post 31st March I would be relatively free, and I'll again, I mean, create videos for front end bootcamp. I think the next video would be on CSS. After that, we are going to have a dedicated video on Bootstrap again, and then maybe a couple more videos, 2 or 3 more videos, where we are going to complete the Virtual Tech Schools website. And after that, we are going to learn a little bit of JavaScript and jQuery, and then wrap up our uh, phase one of the bootcamp. Maybe by the end of April it would be wrapped up, because the third phase that I want to start with Python and Flask and all that stuff, PostgreSQL and stuff like that. That is going to be the interesting bit, and it is again going to take somewhere around 3 months or so to complete that, because that is going to involve a lot of videos and a lot of things that we are going to build. And for this phase one, I mean, once I, create the basic virtual tech schools website while teaching you, then again, I'm going to do a couple of live streams where, um again, I'm going to do a couple of live streams where I'm going to build, projects, where I'm going to build, all these projects. Basically, I mean, they would be in the similar manner of learn by doing. I'm going to come online. I'm going to ask you guys what website should we build today, what website should we clone today, or stuff like that, and we are going to start cloning it, stuff like that. But that basically involves practice, right? I mean, it's all about practice, right? Because I mean I don't want to stretch the course a lot. I just want to keep 10, 15, 20 videos at max per per topic that I'm teaching. So let's say I created the Linux playlist. It currently has 8 videos. It is going to have 5, 6 more videos, but that would be in phase 3. The rest of the videos for Linux. Similarly, Git currently just have 4 videos, but it again has 5, 6 more videos that I've planned. Right. Similarly, the front end, I'm not sure how many videos it's already been, maybe 5, 6, but there are 5, 6 more that are going to come, and then some practice videos, more like live streams where we are going to build something together. Right. Same goes for JavaScript as well. I'm going to do a little series on game development with JavaScript. So we are going to build games and learn JavaScript while building games, and then I'm going to go do a couple of live streams where we are going to build, games just to reinforce those concepts, just to practice those concepts that we learned. Right. And same goes for React JS as well when we move to phase 4. Same goes for Firebase as well when we move to phase 2. So yeah, I mean this April would be relatively free after uh, 31st March, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's basically this one, Dolph.finance. So it's a cryptocurrency, crypto stuff, right? And I mean this is what I've been like working on. Its product, its backend basically. I'm writing its backend. The launch is on 31st March, so yeah, I mean there's a lot of work, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess with that, let's end the today's stream. Uh, Can you share the project code? So I'll upload this project code and like I'll, let's just do it right now. I mean, otherwise I'll just forget. GitHub.com. So let's create a new repository and I'm going to say learn by doing demo 2. Right. So this was the second demo for learn by doing. It is a public repository chat application with Node.js and socket.io. Right, it is public. You can add the README file, template, none. And I'll create this in virtual tech school, right? I mean, README, this, and yeah, create the repository. And in the code, let me just quickly add a git ignore and node modules. Or let me just remove that directory also, that node modules. Right, so what was the command to add this? Shouldn't have created this thing. Let me just delete this repository and create again. public and right, so get init, then get add, then get commit, then okay, so this is the code, right? I'm sending the code to some time ago. I wrote a thread on this ongoing session on learn by doing with Apurv and an account name JS Digest having for you just retweeted it. Okay, okay, yeah. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it for this stream. Again, I mean, if you guys learned anything in the stream, then you can use the hashtag learning with Apurv. And yeah, with that being said, I think that's pretty much it for this stream today. And it's 2 a.m. in the morning, right, at midnight. So it's time that you guys sleep, and I should sleep as well. And I'll see you guys in the next video or in the next stream. And till then,